Let us pray. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. God our Father, we thank you for the gift of this day and the gift of everybody gathered here for this sensitive data sovereignty conference. On this day, open our minds and our hearts to learn and inspire us with the new insights whose utilization becomes a source of good for our world. May this network of partners and actors involved in this conference bear fruits into our world, fruits where technical power is utilized for the common good and safeguarding of the vulnerable, rather than for selfish greed and exploitation of the weak. By your grace, O Lord, may we learn, may our world learn to utilize data science to solve problems of people for our own good and for the glory of your name. We make this prayer through Christ our Lord. Our Lady Seat of Wisdom, St. Thomas Aquinas, all matters of Uganda, in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit.
Kindly be seated. Thank you, Reverend Dr. Simon Leo. Now, at this moment, we have, I mentioned, guests, and we stood and welcomed them to the hall. I cannot mention their names, but there is somebody who can do that and who can welcome us to this place, Tangaza University. And at this moment, allow me to welcome Reverend Professor Patrick Mwanya to welcome us and recognize the guests who have joined us today for this sensitive data conference. Welcome, Reverend Professor.
Your Excellency, Chief Fortune Charumbira, President of the Pan-African Parliament, and our chief guest for this conference, the Right Honorable Moses Wetangula, Speaker of the National Assembly of Kenya, Your Excellency Bart van Meegen, Apostolic Nuncio, fellow Vice Chancellors, and in a special way, Vice Chancellor Mpesa Mihigo from Equator University, Uganda, Professor Miriam, and the Gordon EPA team from the Netherlands and Belgium, distinguished directors, managers, researchers, students, and practitioners. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Allow me, first of all, to warmly welcome you all to Tangaza University. We are deeply honored that the Africa University Network of Fair Open Science has chosen Tangaza University as the host of this important international conference. We do not take this trust lightly, and we commit ourselves fully to living up to your expectations. African universities have come together at a historic moment to provide leadership on one of the most critical questions of our time: autonomy over valuable and sensitive digital data. It is therefore significant that the Africa University Network on Fair Open Science is registered here at Tangaza University in Kenya. The network brings together institutions including the University of Nairobi here in Kenya, Makele University in Ethiopia, Equator University of Science and Technology, represented here by Professor Mpeza Mihigo, Great Zimbabwe University, and Grand Bassa University in Liberia. We are especially honored to acknowledge the patrons of Africa University Network Force, His Excellency Chief Fortune Charumbira, here present, who is the President of the Africa Union Pan-African Parliament, and we are happy, as I said, to have him present with us today, and Her Excellency Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, former President of Liberia, who would have wished to be with us here, but unfortunately, because of other commitments, she was not able to join us. Can we put our hands for an applause for these our chief guests who are present? This conference, jointly organized by Tangaza University and the University of Nairobi, officially inaugurates AUN Force and provides a platform to reflect on Africa data and AI sovereignty, with particular attention to sensitive health and humanitarian data, and the ethical and technical foundations required for a truly African digital data space. Digital data has become one of the most valuable economic, political, and social resources in the world today. Yet, the question remains, who owns this data? Who controls it? And for whose benefit is it used? At Tangaza University, our motto is teaching minds, touching hearts, and transforming lives. On the 2nd May 2024, Tangaza University was granted a full university charter in recognition of its academic excellence, service orientation, and commitment to social transformation grounded in gospel values. Since its founding in the 1980s, Tangaza has envisioned a university that forms ethical servant leaders for Africa, fostering freedom, responsibility, quality education, research, and community engagement. These same aspirations, ladies and gentlemen, animate the Africa University Network on Fair Open Science, which seeks to strengthen African academic capacity by ensuring that data generated in Africa is findable, accessible, interoperable, and reusable. Fair while remaining sovereign and ethically governed. Knowledge begins with data. In many African traditions, as articulated by the late President Julius Nyerere, communities deliberate together. They share knowledge collectively and arrive at solutions through dialogue. Today, however, the digital space has not fully lived up to its promise as a democratic platform for shared knowledge. And this creates a data sovereignty gap that Africa must urgently address, and hence this conference. Data is the foundation of artificial intelligence. How data is collected, stored, governed, and ethically framed directly determines how AI systems function and whom they serve. The question of Africa's autonomy in digital data architectures, who designed them, for whom, and for what purpose, is therefore central to our ethical reflection. Africa's cultural values and faith traditions must inform the standards and principles guiding data sovereignty on the African continent. Encouragingly, African engineers and scientists are advancing new approaches toward an African humanitarian and health data space, where data remains with its producers while enabling responsible AI-driven knowledge generation under African governance frameworks. At the Leiden University Conference in August 2024, I emphasized in my talk that data is not only the backbone of research, but also a source of national wealth. For too long, African research data has flowed outward, often controlled and monetized elsewhere. Today, the tide is turning. African universities and research institutions are asserting their right to retain, govern, and own their data in alignment with the national and regional legal frameworks. In this spirit, Tangaza University hosted 3 continental trainings in 2025, equipping data stewards from across Africa with critical skills in ethical data governance and fair data management. Tangaza University remains committed to forming graduates who are not merely certificate holders, but social transformers, women and men capable of shaping just, humane, and sustainable societies. Once again, you are all most welcome to Tangaza University. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to invite our chief guest, His Excellency Chun Charumbira, President of the Pan-African Parliament, to deliver his keynote address. Please rise and welcome him with a round of applause.
Thank you. Now you can take your seats. Thank you. The Vice Chancellor of Tangaza University, Reverend Professor Dr. Mwania. Asante sana. May I recognize our senior people in this room, the Vice Chancellor of the University of Nairobi, Professor Dr. Hudson. I don't know whether the Vice Chancellor of the Equatorial University of Science and Technology is, he's here actually. The Vice Chancellor of the Equator University on Science and Technology, Professor Peza Mihingo, I confirm he's around. He's around. Deputy Vice Chancellor of Makeo University, that is from Ethiopia, Dr. Esau Zeu, Your Excellency, Apostolic Nuncio, Mr. Van Megan. Honorable Dr. Frederick Ouma Oluga, esteemed professors, Dr. Kama Rogo, Dr. Idris Omundi, Professor Mergen van Reysen. You should rise. People should see you. Yes. is because she's outside the country. She's coming from the Netherlands. Am I right that Netherlands? We want to say Belgium. Dear esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen, all the protocols are observed. I really want to commend Tangaza University for convening, organizing such a very important platform. It's a conference, I would call it a platform, where a lot of great minds gather to exchange, to share, to deliver knowledge and the issue relating to the issue of data sovereignty in the world. We have not had enough of such platforms, maybe because it's a developing area of artificial intelligence. I know there have been several other meetings, conferences before, but we need many more, because this issue of data, of AI, artificial intelligence, has now permeated to almost every individual. It's no longer an elitist or something exclusive to some few people, academics, or those that are in ICT. It is now for everyone, an old lady, man, villager somewhere. It is affecting them. So I want to commend you once more, Vice Chancellor of Tangaza University, Reverend Professor Dr. Mwanya, for bringing us together. As mentioned, I am representing the Parliament of the continent of Africa. I'm the president of that parliament. Usually, heads of parliaments are called speakers of parliament at national level. But because this is a continental parliament whose MPs are drawn from all the 55 countries of Africa, each country deploys 5 MPs or designates 5 from the national parliament to the continental parliament, which is an organ of the African Union. Just like you have at the national level, you have the executive, you have the judiciary, the courts, and then you have the parliament. At the continental level, you also have a parliament for the continent, among other organs at that level. So this is an organ which is one of the key functions, is to provide a platform for the citizens of Africa to participate in the development, socio-economic, political development of the continent. That is our role. And when I participate here, I'm also giving you a platform to share with us as a parliament, to take back to the continental parliament what the citizens of this continent are saying. And similarly, our role also as the continental parliament is to facilitate the implementation of AU, African Union programs, policies, objectives, strategies. That's our role. We facilitate the development. Yes, and also to make the people of Africa aware of what the African Union is trying to achieve. We have the famous Agenda 2063, which is intended to address the various challenges in the various sectors of our continent. And education becomes one of the key in order for Africa or any other continent to develop. It's key. And I know there are so many quotations from everywhere saying education is a key. Just this morning I was going through my phone. The king in the United Arab Emirates only yesterday was addressing some forum and was saying education is a key to the development of everything. So, but I don't think universities have understood that very well. I don't think professors have understood that very well. If you listen to speeches even by politicians, heads of state, everywhere, they are very clear that education, without education, all the initiatives will not achieve the intended results. But education, these universities have not been very active. So I've come to share with you what we talk about in the Continental Parliament. The universities have not been very active. Yes, I'll come to data sovereignty. But we have this problem of data sovereignty because of universities that have not taken their space. Universities have not taken their appropriate space in Africa. Before I come to the what is data sovereignty, which is, I want to emphasize the point that we are gathered here with these challenges because the leader should be the academia. For some reason, and they will tell me it's funding problem. They say if we are funded, we'll get there. Will we be sovereign in data if we are funded? I think we need to organize one conference for vice chancellors, professors, and only in a closed room where we share the truth and where they should also share the truth. They should tell even the continent, the African Union, like a PAP, for example, African Parliament, tell us the truth which we can deliver to the heads of state. What is the problem? Funding is a problem, yes. At this Tangaza University, we say we joined the rest of academia some few years only. But there are universities that were established in 1940 something in Africa. I mean Africa. In the world, of course, there will be 17 or 16 something. But in Africa, I would say 40s, maybe 30s, the first universities. Up to some are now almost a century old. But they have not produced anything to talk about. What I mean, yes, they can point at individual graduates who go to work there as a manager and whatever. But what of invention? To invent. Not an individual who just produced to get on the work and then they get their own salary. Yes, empowerment of individuals, fine. But in terms of taking a lead in creativity, innovation, we have a challenge. And when you say you have no money, but you have existed for 50 years, you've been funded for 50 years, but you say we have no money, it becomes a bit of a misnomer. Those people who invented anything, today we are driving cars, we are flying. How much were they given to innovate anything? Some of them just did it, they were in their own yards, at the houses. They just think properly and come up with something. Yes, then it requires money or funding to make it bigger and maybe commercial. But I think we need to say the truth that our universities need to do more. During COVID, Africa's inadequacy in the area of research and academic adequacy. We want to put it the other way around. The academic inadequacies of Africa was exposed during COVID. And I'll come to the sovereignty related. They'll come and then conclude why this is a problem. You know, every drug for COVID was found outside Africa. Everything. Johnson & Johnson outside, whatever Sprut, whatever Russia, whatever America, whatever somewhere else. Nothing from Africa. And wow, when there was a crisis, they were now trying to set up factories to produce drugs. As people are dying, you start digging foundations to build a factory that can manufacture drug. By the time the factory is to operate, everybody's dead. Why did we have ourselves capacity to manufacture drugs? Well, how other continents managed to have done that before COVID? And why, as a continent, we couldn't? And then came vaccines. Again, we were begging from outside Africa. Madagascar, at one time, claimed they discovered the drug for COVID, and that they were giving to their patients. It became like a crime for an African country to claim that they discovered something. They were attacked from all over the world. It's not possible. Forget about that. Don't take it. And some countries then imposed what you call a no-fly zone. Don't fly there. And in the end, you wouldn't travel to Madagascar. And their crime was, because it's not expected that knowledge can come from Africa. It's not expected. An university lecturer here can do research, and when they say they've discovered or they've invented whatever, if it does not go to Hopkins University or somewhere, Oxford, there, to be approved, it is not a discovery. The issue is we don't have the confidence ourselves. We don't have the confidence in ourselves to even create something. Even professors, when they do something or write something nice, they want to send the book first for someone in Europe or somewhere to review it and say, yeah, this is well, fine, now it can be published. If you send it to Professor Dr. Mania to review and say, good, they will say, no. Okay, no. Unless it comes out of Africa, it is not a good book. This whole stage, this context, was created. Evans, bring one of my phones, the iPhone one. Bring it, leave the other one. I want to read something. Before I go to data sovereignty, we have been struggling, we are still struggling as Africa. There's a book by Professor Manfred de Vries, a Harvard professor. He wrote several, many. I think now he's almost over 70, 80 books. But one of his books is The Leadership Mystique. And the other one I want to refer to is a book which is titled Struggling with a Demon. In the leadership, struggling with this. But he's writing about leadership. He's struggling with a demon. So we also have been struggling with the demons in Africa. We say demon because we cannot understand why Africa does not do what others do. We should say, why don't we invent in Africa? Why is artificial intelligence coming from outside Africa, despite, I don't know how many universities we have on the continent. They are in thousands. Why should everything come from outside Africa? And that's why now we have a problem that even our own data is outside Africa. What is the problem? Where is the demon? What does the demon look like in this case? And I want to read this thing. This is it's a quotation. A member of the House of Lords, a British member, he would say a member of Parliament. And he said this on 2nd February 1835 in Parliament. His name is a British parliamentarian on 2nd February 1835. His name is Lord Macaulay. Macaulay is actually Macaulay. And this is what he said. It's in the Hansard. It's in the Hansard in the Parliament, British Parliament. He said, I have traveled across the length and the breadth of Africa, and I have not seen one person who is a beggar, who is a thief. I have seen such wealth in Africa, such high moral values, people of such caliber that I do not think would ever conquer this continent unless we break the very backbone of this continent, which is her rich, has spiritual and cultural heritage. And therefore, I propose that we replace her old and ancient education system. We replace her culture. For if the Africans think that all that is foreign and English is good and greater than their own, they will lose their self-esteem, their native culture, and they will become what we want them to be, a truly dominated continent. It's in the Hansard. And this is the beginning of our problem. The type of education which we aspire ourselves is not meant for Africa to develop. It's not meant for Africa to develop. It is, you all know, you professors, everything ultimately is specific, is contextual. You develop whatever you write. You are writing from a certain corner of life, of your experience, of your context. So as long as we use knowledge and books that are originated by someone thinking somewhere in the sun somewhere, and expect that to come and develop Kenya, no. it was not meant for Kenya. But I do agree, you don't reinvent the wheel. If someone invented the wheel, that wheel, you take it, but adapt it, customize it to your environment. And that is our disaster. Coping, and now with IT, cut and paste. Everything that we're just cutting and pasting. And some, out of cutting and pasting, some get distinctions. Some have PhDs. Some have, but these are cut and paste professors. I am really talking like a true African. Not apologetic about our mistakes. I'm not being apologetic. That's why today we have all these problems. We need to rediscover and have confidence in ourselves. That's why an African player who plays in African Senegal, Kenya, a very good player, would want not only to end up by saying, I'm so-so, Mwenya, or Mwenya. No. You want to say, I'm so-and-so of Liverpool. I am so-and-so of Madrid. You're Madrid. So you feel like now you are a real player. Just to be a Kenyan player is not enough. You have to identify with the West. It's called projective identification. It's called projective identification. Now, what is data sovereignty? We heard from the professor already, and I need not get too much into that. But what is important is that today, this subject becomes critical, very, very critical, for everyone, whether politician up to the head of state, anyone, even pastors, bishops, name them. Because our lives are now on a day-to-day basis, we wake up. They are driven by these things. From the time you open your water to bath, you hold your cell phone, everything is being driven by these things. And we cannot remain behind. And there's anything that becomes very important, it becomes very sensitive also. It becomes an issue of security, politics, whatever. And as long as it becomes very important. So sensitive data security becomes a major issue. And in terms of economic development, governance, even elections, now, if you are not very sharp in IT, you may lose elections, you may be popular, you may lose, because you don't understand the technology. The campaigns today to win. Yes, mass rallies, they're actually becoming out of fashion. Rallies now are on the played on the technology is driving support and the votes. So if you don't control it yourself, if it's designed for you, we have a problem. If they designed it for you, then they give it to you, you are just a consumer of a product whose ingredients you don't even understand. And why those ingredients were put in there, you then be manipulated yourself because of that substance. Then your own privacy is manipulated. Someone was telling me they went to a country somewhere outside Africa. And then we came back and said, you know, there is now technology whereby someone, when they come and open your door, they will paste a small chip stuck on your door. Then they come, you greet, or when they come in, they even just hold the door frame. And you won't notice, just a normal way. You know, just like someone coming up the steps, they will just hold this as if they are climbing up, but they will leave something there. That thing will record everything that is happening here, with all the faces in this room. So nowadays, even the real intelligence, they don't need to come and physically come and spy who is there. They can only come, maybe part of the meeting, and then just come here or somewhere, touch a wall somewhere. They leave something there. That will be even, they'll be watching from somewhere as you debate. As you enter, they will show whoever is outside. Just imagine how unsafe we all are now. And if you don't know, you are not part of this, you are gone. So the issue of ownership becomes very important. Ownership and the control becomes very, very important. We are at a stage where, as you know, they want to introduce the intended. Now they were a bit reluctant. Some small chip which is put on your finger here or anywhere. That when you go to your bank, you no longer fill a form. Just by being there yourself, you just put everything. They give you money. It's you. Without any signature now. Which means, if we are not part of that revolution, we won't get anywhere. We will remain even worse. We've been crying, lamenting the fact that Europe underdeveloped Africa. And there was an author called Walter Rudney, a book that he wrote, How Europe Underdeveloped Africa. But we believed after independence, by now Africa should have been closing that gap. Yes, we agree they underdeveloped us, but we should have moved now. But instead, the gap is getting even wider. And the universities want to blame the politicians and say, yeah, no, I blame universities, not the politicians. Because we have in politics all these faculties of what? Politics and something. Well, those faculties, why are they not repairing the politics of the world? Why are you talking of democracy, which is not even working everywhere? And we still go and lecture about democracy, how good democracy, fine. But what is happening to democracy in Africa? Most countries, I cannot say all, but to be polite, I say most. We don't see any benefit of democracy to its people. That's why I'm still on data sovereignty. That's why the crisis of democracy, because I'm referring to this in the speech by the Vice Chancellor. He even mentioned a democratic platform as a result of this revolution. So the issue of democratic platform. But you see, the democracy, I was giving you a message. A challenge to a university. Has democracy worked in Africa? Where? Where? Apart from fighting and demonstrating and attacking, and what is democracy? So we need to rethink. The problem is we just copy and paste. Once someone in America says democracy, say, yeah, it's democracy. Yes, but let's look at the practical side of it. Please. And I'm on data sovereignty. I'm saying we are in this crisis because we are cutting and pasting. That's why we are not moving. And that's why, as you say, the data from Africa has been kept outside the continent. It's because we have not rediscovered ourselves despite independence. That's the real problem. We've not rediscovered ourselves and started reinventing ourselves. I went to attend the inauguration of the president of Ghana, President Mahama of Ghana, the current president. He was inaugurated on the 7th of January, 2025. And as usual, heads of state and the president and the others are invited. And we went to a stadium which was full packed. Even to get to the stadium, We thought it would take 20 minutes. Even heads of state could not access the road because there are thousands of people walking. The stadium was packed. And then what they do is when a head of state arrives, they will announce, the president of Nigeria has arrived. People say, oh, the president of this country. People will be showing and approving and cheering. When the president of Burkina Faso, the current one, whom you know, Traore, arrived, and it was announced, there was pandemonium in terms of applause. He received the loudest thunder in the stadium. Everybody excited. He's coming in uniform in military combat with 15 soldiers. The other president, none was allowed to come in the stadium, escorted by soldiers. But himself, soldiers, he was also in combat, and the people liked it a lot. They gave him the loudest. But those who were democratically elected, the applause was very low. What a contradiction. And here we've come to inaugurate a person who was democratically elected. Now we are receiving one who was never even elected, but is the most popular. What a contradiction for the professors at universities to do more work on that. What does that mean? What does it mean? Sorry, I'm giving these examples to give the inadequacies of ourselves, the inadequacies of our own institutions, the inadequacies of what we believe in is right. We believe democracy is right, yet to the people, there's a problem. Mauritania, there was a coup, 2008, thereabouts. And the chair of the AU that time was the late President Gaddafi of Libya. And the AU had just agreed on the governance framework, in which they said, anyone who takes power, does that mean I've taken too much time? It could be a second on that, too much time. Anyone who takes power unconstitutionally in a country that is being run by an unconstitutional government, the country will be suspended from the AU, membership of the African Union. And the African Union will impose sanctions. So when this happened in Mauritania, soldiers took power. AU said to Gaddafi, you are the chair, go to Mauritania and tell them that the soldiers should go back to their barracks because we are suspending Mauritania from the membership, we are imposing sanctions on them. Naturally, it is announced everywhere, oh, Gaddafi will be in Mauritania on Saturday to tell these people knew he was coming. The whole country, in every city, went in the streets. Those in Nouakchott, the capital city, went to the airport to receive Gaddafi with a message. And the message was, as he landed, the message was, we welcome you, AU chair, to tell you that we really like what the soldiers have done. Sure. We support the soldiers. They who had removed and elected the president. Then the issues. What does that mean to democracy, which we are celebrating? Are we sure we are on? I can go and have so many examples. I can go to Burkina Faso another year again. I can give you so many examples. But sovereignty over digital data, which is the raw material of artificial intelligence, refers to who controls the authenticity of the data, who controls the financial gains and the benefits gained from AI. Sovereignty over digital data refers to who controls the political and social issues that are presented to us And what solutions are considered by artificial intelligence? Sovereignty over digital data also refers fundamentally to how we can protect and promote our African identity in the midst of this digital complex revolution. Data sovereignty is a matter of cultural heritage and preserving African epistemology and traditional knowledge systems. In summation, sensitive data sovereignty refers to the right of a nation to control, protect, and regulate the data of its citizens, particularly when that data has the potential. How do you control the data yourself when you never designed it, you never produced anything, and you want to control? You have heard of those who have said, he who pays the piper, he who pays the piper, who he pays the piper, calls the tune. Yes. That's our problem. And it is up to our universities to stand up and be counted. The role of Pan-African Parliament. As I said, I'm representing the Pan-African Parliament. And I want to tell you that the African Union itself has placed data sovereignty and artificial intelligence at the highest level of its developmental agenda. So, Vice Chancellor, Tangaza University, what you are doing today is actually celebrated on the continent. That the AU is saying, this is the way we should. What you are doing today, the African Union itself has put it on its development agenda 2063. And this issue of data sovereignty and the issue of artificial intelligence is very high on the agenda. And the Pan-African Parliament, as the legislature of the African Union, is committed to the achievement of the digital rights across the continent. In 2018 and again in 2025, with the assistance of the value-driven ownership of data and accessibility network, VODAN, and the African Population and Health Research Center, APHRC, the Pan-African Parliament adopted a resolution calling for the establishment of a continent-wide digital legal framework that will prioritize data sovereignty, data protection, and privacy laws. To that extent, we will shortly begin work on a cyber security and artificial intelligence model law. The Pan-African Parliament will start very soon this year to develop a law on cybersecurity and artificial intelligence model law in conjunction with our partners to protect citizens' data and preserve their sovereignty and dignity. I want also to thank the European External Program with Africa, EEPA, for collaborating with the African universities and organizations. EEPA has also, for many years, collaborated with the Pan-African Parliament on issues that fundamentally touch on the human dignity of the people of Africa and Europe. And I recall that about 10 years ago, the EEPA published a book on human trafficking and slavery between Africa and Europe. And this is very, very important. And we continue to work with all of you, VODAN, AUN, FOS, and of course, EPA, Tangaza University. We are together. I won't mention also everything that the AU African Union has done, but just to tell you that we need to acknowledge and appreciate that the African Union was among the first institutions to recognize the importance of data sovereignty. The AU. This recognition is at the core of the what we call the African Union Malabo Convention on Cybersecurity and the Personal Data Protection, which was adopted as early as 2014 in Malabo. And it recognizes the need for, and I quote, the establishment of an appropriate normative framework consistent with the African legal, cultural, economic, and social development, social environment, and that the objective of this convention is therefore to provide the necessary security and legal framework to the emergence of the knowledge economy in Africa. Because of time, I will conclude and say this conference, in view of all that we've now said, this conference, the Kenya Crime Prevention Initiative Trust, CPIT, will remind us of the legal obligation we have, or legal obligations we've adopted in Africa to uphold the norms and standards that protect our African people. I commend the Crime Prevention Initiative Trust for the work it is carrying out in reminding us of the responsibilities that we have under the legal frameworks adopted in our respective jurisdictions and on our continent. The work to uphold available norms and standards is facilitated by consensus on this issue of Africa. Accordingly, in PAP, we resolved to ensure that data sovereignty and data autonomy are actively advanced in Africa, including concerns related to the sensitive data as well as the protection of Africa's vulnerable communities. This is why this conference is timely and strategically important for us. We are at the crossroads. In conclusion, let me restate that we need a viable dream. Our dreams so far, we dream we're in Europe, we're America, we are in Dubai. We now need a viable dream where we dream we are at Tangaza University. Our dreams should be here. Not to dream one day to be able to go and see some place outside Africa when you have not even been to your own places in Kenya. All these are contradictions in Africa. We need an African data space where knowledge can be generated without losing control over the ownership of that data. I should end here. And thank you for listening.
Thank you, His Excellency.
Asante sana.
Yes, karibu. Thank you very much. Can we give another round of applause? Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Your Excellency Charumbira. At this moment, I just want to mention a few things for those who have joined us now before I invite the Vice Chancellor, Reverend Professor Patrick Mwania, to invite the next, or to mention about the next speaker. So from where you are seated, on your right-hand side, we have the restrooms. They are correctly marked, so if you need to use them on your right side from this, we have for both gender. And on the right also, we have those restrooms, just in case. And so when you hear the bell also, don't run. That bell is not a caution for fire. Classes are ongoing, and our culture is very traditional. We are those classical universities that announce the end of the lecture and the beginning of the lecture with a bell. So it is not a cause for alarm. And so if you have joined us, you are welcome. This is Tangaza University, which was started way back 1986. This year, we celebrate our 40 years of existence, and you are most welcome to, even after this conference, to visit our facilities, to walk around. You will be assisted by our ushers who are around. So at this moment, it's my humble pleasure to welcome the Vice Chancellor, Reverend Professor Patrick Mwanya, to invite us to the next session. Welcome, Prof.
Thank you so much, our MC, and we really appreciate the talk by our chief guest for today, Honorable Chief Fortune Stephania Charumbira, for that wonderful presentation, and especially for the challenge that you have posed to some of us, especially the vice chancellors around, that we need to support a lot in filling the gaps that are there, so that Africa owns its data and is able to take care of it, and so help also our countries in Africa to grow. For those who may not know him, Honorable Chief Fortune Stephania Charumbira was just given as his keynote address. He's a notable Zimbabwean politician and traditional leader, currently serving as the President of the Pan-African Parliament since June 2022, and as President of the Zimbabwean Council of Chiefs since 2013. He has also held the position of the Vice President of the Pan-African Parliament and served as Deputy Minister in Zimbabwe's Ministry of Local Government and Public Works. Can you join me to put our hands and clap for that wonderful presentation by Chief Fortune Stephania Charumbira, who is our chief guest today. And along with him, I want to also recognize in absentia the other patron of African Universities Network, who is not here with us, Honorable Her Excellency President Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, who was born in October 29th of 1938 in Liberia, a Liberian politician and economist who was president of Liberia, and she was the first woman to be elected head of state of an African country. Sirleaf was one of the three recipients, along with the layman Bowe and Tawakkul Kaman, of the 2011 Nobel Prize for Peace for their efforts to further women's rights. Ladies and gentlemen, now I want to take this opportunity. It's my pleasure and honor to welcome the next speaker, who is our special guest for this conference today on data sovereignty, His Excellency Bart van Megen, who is a distinguished Dutch clergyman and a diplomat for the Vatican. Is the Apostolic Nuncio to Kenya. He completed his priestly formation at the Royal Duke Seminary and was ordained on June 13th, 1987. His early ministry included roles as a chaplain in New Aid and Schersberg before he joined the diplomatic service of the Holy See after further studies in Rome. Van Megen has served in various nunciatures around the world, including the Sudan, Uruguay, Brazil, Israel, Slovakia, and the United Nations in Switzerland. Then His Excellency Van Megen was appointed Apostolic Nuncio to Sudan and titular Archbishop of Nova Louisiana on March 8, 2014. His episcopal consecration took place on May 17, 2014, and on June 2019, and to South Sudan on March 19, 2019. Additionally, on May 2019, he became the permanent delegate of the Holy See to UN Habitat, when Megan stepped down as nuncio for South Sudan on May 14, 2024, and he remains the apostolic nuncio to Kenya. I've just been corrected that before His Excellency Van Megan gives his speech, we have the speech that is going to be given online by Her Excellency President Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, whom I just introduced as a co-patron of the African Universities Network. So may you join me to put our hands to welcome the next speaker, who is Her Excellency President Sirleaf, to give us her speech.
I am honored to speak at the creation of the Tangaza University Network on fair open data. The network was established by Grand Bassau University in Liberia, the Great Zimbabwe University in Zimbabwe, the Equator University on Science and Technology in Uganda, Makerere University in Ethiopia, Tangaza University, and the University of Nairobi, both in Kenya. We are proud of the achievements of our young and brilliant Africans, inspiring local solutions with global reach and influence. This is one of the many initiatives that members of our network have developed to ensure that Africans not only become consumers of knowledge, but also seed homegrown ideas and innovation. Fundamentally, this approach amplifies and gives due credit to the African voices and perspectives, generating impactful research and unique data. We experienced this when the first Ebola patient was diagnosed in our Redemption Hospital, a health facility that caters to community dwellers. This led to the recognition and support by community health workers, which proved significant when we faced the COVID-19 pandemic. Data autonomy and data sovereignty are critical elements in a world that has awakened to the complexities of peace. Autonomy also ensures independence of thought on ideas of diversity, such as inclusion, equality, gender, or climate change. Peace always has a soft human side, based on values, aspirations, and human connection. Strategies for sustained peace also need to be hardwired in systemic operation and governance. Academia can generate and spread knowledge that sheds light on the shared problems in ways that demonstrate the need and power of allyship between people, organizations, and government to create impactful, sustainable solutions that bring people together and promote peace. And commend the African University Network on fair, open science on their successful collaboration with thought leaders globally. With these remarks, I declare this conference open.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for those wonderful opening remarks and for declaring the conference open. Now allow me now to welcome the next speaker, whom I just introduced, His Excellency Van Megan, who is the Apostolic Nuncio to Kenya. Most welcome, Your Excellency.
Good morning to all of you. And I recognize in a special way His Excellency Fortune Charumbira, the President of the African Union Pan-African Parliament, the other excellencies here present, Vice Chancellor also of Tangaza University, Reverend Professor Dr. Mwania, and other Vice Chancellors here present, distinguished guests, honorable policymakers, esteemed scholars and researchers, church leaders, humanitarian practitioners, my friends. It's an honor to join you today at Tangaza University, an institution that has long embodied a dialogue between faith, reason, and service to humanity. This conference is very timely as the world grapples with the age of digitization, big data, automation, and algorithmic data processing, radically new ways of gathering, accessing, and interpreting information. As the deployment of artificial intelligence intensifies across sectors, one emerging concern is the responsible governance of data and the ethical meaning of data sovereignty. This conference, then, is therefore a moment of profound ethical discernment. We are invited to reflect together on data and artificial intelligence, particularly in the sensitive fields of health and humanitarian action, and to ask how these powerful tools may truly serve the dignity of the human person. And just before I continue, as many of you know, I'm Dutch. I was born in the Netherlands, and also Professor Miriam, she's here, is also from the Netherlands. Just this morning I was reading that there is a discussion in the parliament in Holland exactly about this issue, because now with the tensions in the United States and the connections, the digital connections which there are with the United States, people in Holland are getting worried. What is happening with data that are uploaded into the cloud, into the United States? Now, can the United States control all these data, and would it not be better if we would be able to have a so-called Dutch cloud or a European Union cloud at least? So these are really very pertinent and urgent questions. Digitization, like every other revolution before it, sends the church into discernment, calling her to read the signs of the times and to bring the enduring light of the gospel into new and evolving human spaces. The Holy See reminds us in its recent document, Antiqua et Nova, that artificial intelligence is a product of human intelligence and must remain at its service. No technological system can replace the human capacity for moral judgment, responsibility, and conscience. Just to give you a very practical example, AI is not always right. Some months ago, I Googled my own name. I said, AI, tell me something about Bert van Meegen, and I came to know that I was born in the 17th century, and I knew I was old, but not that old. So AI is not always right. In this digital age, the church is therefore called to guide innovation so that it always serves human dignity, promotes the common good, and fosters justice and fraternity. The church in Africa has long placed the dignity of the vulnerable at the center of her mission. The African Synod of Bishops and Ecclesia in Africa emphasizes that the church must be the voice of the voiceless and a defender of human dignity wherever it is threatened. And Pope Francis in Fratelli Tutti echoes this call, warning against a global system that exploits the weak while enriching the powerful. In digital systems, vulnerability takes new forms. Data extracted from fragile communities without ethical safeguards risks becoming another form of exploitation. The process of protecting those in sensitive situations must therefore receive far greater attention. Ethical data governance must actively ask, how do the systems we design contribute to the improvement of the lives of vulnerable communities? This ethical responsibility becomes particularly acute in the domain of health data, where technology encounters the most intimate realities of human life. Health data emerge from moments of illness, uncertainty, suffering, and hope. And behind every data set stands a very vulnerable human person who has entrusted something deeply personal, often at a moment of helplessness. And for this reason, the Church insists that human dignity must never be subsumed in the euphoria of digitization and automation. Pope Benedict XVI reminds us that the human person is the source, the focus, and the aim of all social life. This principle must anchor all discussions on data governance and artificial intelligence. The Gospel itself offers a powerful moral image for our reflection. In the parable of the Good Samaritan, care begins not at a distance, but through proximity and responsibility. The Samaritan does not merely observe suffering. He draws near, takes responsibility, and ensures continuity of care. Ethical systems, therefore, must be shaped by that same logic. We must not observe vulnerability from afar through abstract data extraction, but accompany it through structures of trust, stewardship, and accountability. We should never reduce persons to statistics and numbers. This moral vision resonates deeply with the African epistemology, which understands knowledge as a relational, communal, and rooted in lived experience. This relational ontology means that knowing is inseparable from belonging. Knowledge exists for the community, and its ultimate purpose is the flourishing of life, harmony, and social cohesion. In this sense, the origin of human knowledge can rightly be described as sacred. Sacred not in opposition to reason, but because it arises from the full human capacity to feel, reflect, understand, and interpret the world within a moral horizon. Data sovereignty in Africa, therefore, must be understood within this deeply communal and relational framework. Sovereignty is not merely territorial or political. It is fundamentally cognitive and cultural. It concerns the freedom of thought, the capacity of a people to interpret reality from within their own worldview. This freedom must not be chained by external systems, norms, and values that hold no meaning within the local context. When data governance frameworks are imposed from outside without sensitivity to cultural realities, they risk becoming instrument of epistemic domination. Therefore, ethical reflection on data sovereignty in Africa must begin from a profoundly human and spiritual foundation, the sacredness of the origin of human knowledge. For knowledge is not a mechanical product. It arises from lived experience, memory, suffering, hope, belief, and interpretation. How we perceive the world is inseparable from what we believe about the world. Thus, epistemology is never neutral. It is always moral, cultural, and spiritual. As the book of Proverbs says, the fear of the Lord is the beginning of all knowledge. This affirms that true knowledge begins not with the accumulation of data, but with reverence, humility, and ethical orientation. As Psalm 36 says, "In your light we see light," pointing to the deeply relational and transcendent character of human understanding. Knowledge, therefore, emerges within a spiritual and moral and cultural horizon. It is sacred because it flows from the fullness of human life and divine encounter. So therefore, data sovereignty is not merely a legal or a technical concern. It protects the freedom of thought and meaning-making. Knowledge must be developed around what matters within a particular community, rooted and localized in its social and cultural context. When data is solely extracted to add value elsewhere, knowledge becomes alienated from those who generated it. Meaning is distorted when data is severed from its provenance. This concern is especially urgent for vulnerable communities. Poorly designed digital systems can unintentionally exclude precisely those who need it most. The experiences of the poor, the sick, refugees, and those living in fragile contexts are deeply sensitive. And the process of protecting people in such situations demands greater ethical attention. Catholic social teaching consistently affirms the preferential option for the poor, insisting that every social system be evaluated by its impact on the most vulnerable. This principle resonates with what Caritas in Veritate, document of Pope Benedict XVI, what Caritas in Veritate insists, namely that authentic development must be inclusive and participatory. Development that excludes those who generate its resources is morally incoherent. In digital context, data justice demands reciprocity, transparency, and benefit sharing. Data belong to people and not people to data. This is why this conference is so vital and timely, and more specifically across Africa, where health and humanitarian data often remain fragmented across incompatible platforms, dependent on short-term projects, or inaccessible to local institutions once programs end. And the consequences are real. Weakened continuity of care, limited research capacity, and reduced preparedness in times of crisis. Ethical reflection must remain close to lived experience. Initiatives such as the Africa Health Data Space, including efforts by Vodan Africa, offer an ethically significant model. Their guiding intuition is simple yet profound. Data should remain close to where care is given, while knowledge is allowed to travel responsibly. In this approach, data stays, but knowledge travels. This respects sovereignty without abandoning solidarity. Africa is not called to reject technology, nor to adopt it uncritically. Rather, Africa is called to embrace technology in a way that preserves identity, safeguards dignity, and strengthens community, not undermine it. The Church in Africa consistently emphasizes inculturation, the integration of faith, culture, and reason, and similarly, digital transformation must undergo inculturation. AI and data systems must be shaped by African values of solidarity, community, reciprocity, and care. When technology is grounded in African epistemology, it becomes an instrument of liberation instead of alienation. Pope Francis warned against technological colonization, where innovation erodes cultural memory and identity. In Laudato Si, he called for an integral ecology that respects cultural traditions and social bonds. Technology, therefore, must enhance, not erase, the soul of a people, the people of Africa. For Africa, this discernment is especially urgent. The continent is called neither to passive adoption nor to fearful withdrawal, but to shape digital innovation through its own epistemologies and values. Authentic development requires intellectual self-determination and contextual meaning-making. Technology must therefore be embraced in Africa without forgetting African identity. When guided by Catholic social teaching, innovation gains direction, not limitation. You see, the Church does not offer technical blueprints. She offers moral orientation. And she insists that consent, dignity, and trust must never become casualties of progress. Christ reminds us in the Gospel of John that he comes so that all may have life and have it in abundance. Technology serves its highest purpose only when it contributes to that fullness of life, especially for those whose lives are most fragile. Allow me then to conclude quietly. The digital transformation of health and humanitarian action is inevitable. The ethical quality of that transformation is not. It depends on human choices. If Africa invests, as was said by the previous speaker, if Africa invests in technology without losing its soul, if innovation grows together with responsibility, and if the vulnerable remain at the center rather than at the periphery, then data can become not a source of fear, but a means of care, justice, and solidarity. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Can we give the Apostolic Nuncio another round of applause? Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you, sir. Now, at this moment, allow me to make the following announcements and to do some adjustment to the program. First of all, I would like to recognize the presence of our guests who have joined us after the guests who arrived early were recognized. I would like to recognize the representative from the Belgium Embassy, Ms. Carmen. Yes, I'm very careful not to pronounce the next name, but I will learn about it later on. Yes. I also would like to recognize some staff from the University of Nairobi. Dr. Ezekiel Mecha, he can recognize you. Yes, thank you, thank you. Also, John Orindi from University of Nairobi. John Orindi, thank you for gracing this conference. And Professor Joyce Otieno. Prof, yeah, thank you. Yes. We were challenged by Honorable that we are not taking our position as professors. So I'm sure during the next session, which I'm just going to announce, professors will say now, what do we do? And we'll make a way forward about that challenge, which was posed to all of us, the academia, the academics, and the students who have joined us, researchers and practitioners. So this moment, without wasting much time, we are going to break, and we are going for a health break, a coffee, and this is the procedure that we will follow. Our guests, chief guests, invited guests, they will proceed, and Madam Naomi will direct you, will lead you. She's just outside there. I propose, Naomi, if you can just be this side. Yes. So Naomi will lead our guests, Vice Chancellor and the others, to the faculty lounge to have their tea as they take the challenge that was posed by Honorable Charumbira. Then the researchers, the students, scholars, and the rest of us will be guided by the team of ushers to the cafeteria, which is on this side, the side of the hall. So please, let's take around 20 minutes to just take that tea, and then we come back and we continue from where we have stopped. Thank you so much. Enjoy your tea.
Consumers of knowledge, but also seed homegrown ideas and innovation.
As we look to the future, let us be guided by the principles of data sovereignty and the immense value of our data.
The efforts of Africa University or Network on Fair, Open Science Data. At this moment, we were waiting for Honorable Dr. Frederick Ouma Oluga, and we thank God that you came at a time when you could cruise. It led him to serve as the Secretary General of the Kenya Medical Practitioners, Pharmacists and Dentists Union from 2014. In this role, he was instrumental in advocating for better working conditions for healthcare professionals and reforms in the health sector. His leadership extended to public service when he was appointed as the Chief Officer of Health in the Nairobi Metropolitan Services, where he oversaw health services in Kenya's capital. In March 2025, Dr. Oluga was appointed as the Principal Secretary for the State Department for Medical Services in the Ministry of Health. In this capacity, he plays a pivotal role in shaping health policies and ensuring the delivery of medical services across the country. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for the speech by Dr. Oluga.
Thank you, Daniel. Is that too tall? Yeah, thank you so much to our President of the Pan-African Union, Honorable Chirambura, and to all the leadership of the university, Professor Amwania, to the nuncio, and all the distinguished guests, all the professors here, observing protocol as you established. Good afternoon. Good afternoon again. I don't know whether to speak as a physician or whether to speak as somebody who is a data enthusiast, but I think somewhere in between I'll find the balance. I want to start with a very practical issue. As the Principal Secretary, State Department Medical Services, I was instructed by His Excellency the President of the Republic of Kenya, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, to engage with the government of the United States of America on a health cooperation framework. We did quite a lot of negotiations. We became the first country to sign our health cooperation. But immediately, what was of public concern was dead. And we had to engage a number of stakeholders to assure them of the topic of today, the sovereignty of the dead. So first and foremost, I would like all of you to apologize to me because you should have held this conference earlier. And number two, you should have given us some insights on what data sovereignty really means. That notwithstanding, we interpreted data sovereignty to mean that information that is generated from actions in the health system here in Kenya belongs to the people and the government of Kenya, and therefore the collection of that data, the analysis of that data, the access to that data, the use of that data, and the outcomes of the use of that data must be governed by the sovereign laws of the Republic of Kenya. That was our simple interpretation. I don't know what your interpretation of data sovereignty is. We feel we did a good job at it, and we are extremely confident that we will continue to do a very good job at it, laying the foundation which has been established by the legal framework. And the legal framework here means the Constitution of Kenya 2010, under which there is a lot of safeguards of personal data, but there's also a lot of safeguards on sovereignty. Number two is the Data Protection Act of 2019, which has also created mechanisms for collection, access, use, and value of data. But from a health perspective, two questions remained. One is that within hospitals, there is the whole regulatory requirement on confidentiality. And number two is that there is a very strong background of using data to do research, because that is the only way you advance medical technology. And so for those two reasons of confidentiality as a regulatory requirement and the use of data to advance medicine in itself, the government of Kenya passed an act of parliament. We call that the Digital Health Act, number 15 of 2023. Because outside of the Data Protection Act and the Constitution, it is imperative that we lay even stronger safeguards for data in the medical space. So we feel very well guided, but you are the professors, so my work is to put these things to you. Your work is to analyze and tell us whether we are sovereign enough or not. As I mentioned, I think I will not pretend to be a data scientist, but I am a physician, as you have been told. I went to the University of Nairobi where I did my master's, but I think the University of Nairobi is trying to take the limelight from Moi University, where I did my foundation training as a doctor. And I know you are saying that because Orinda is here, so you are trying to please him. But I've also had just a bit of postgraduate training in infectious diseases at Makerere University. So I believe that I'm fairly African. Now, in all of this training as a physician, I have watched patients, but I've also watched the health systems in several countries. I was extremely privileged to do a lot of advocacy work as a medical student. I was the president of medical students here in Kenya, and then I became the vice president of International Federation of Medical Students and did a bit of work from South Sudan to Tunisia, you know, engaging at that level. But it made me a bit curious about our healthcare systems. And now, being a principal secretary who administers health to more than 52 million Kenyans, I try to connect all those dots in that journey. And the best way to connect the dots is to come back to what I have been trained to do, which is to be a physician. Now, physician, I think you can extend it to mean somebody who understands the internal things of the body. Basically, I think the closest is physiology. And I used to teach physiology. And one of the greatest things about physiology is that the human body is an information system. It works as an information system. The heart monitors information about balance what we call pressure. The kidney sends information about volume. That means the amount of water in you, you know. And the brain integrates all the signals. The whole essence of all of us sitting here and looking at me and listening, or maybe not listening, is about information. Your body is just a connection of information that works perfectly. And then it achieves a flow that is perfect. I saw the video talking, connecting some dots, you know, and what you've called the principles, you know, findable, accessible, interoperable, reusable. You know, we have all these feedback mechanisms in physiology. What your eye has seen and how it connects with your kidneys and how it connects with the chair that you're sitting on, and whether there is a sharp thing there that you're about to sit on and you have to move or you have to change your legs. It's all about information. Basically, what I'm trying to say is that our bodies long integrated what we are discussing. And you have to survive independently as a human being outside of another person. And if you lose that flow of information in your body, we call it disease. If things don't work that way, we call it disease. Now, what we are discussing today about data sovereignty can be equated to how the body works. And I said that I will balance between trying to be a data enthusiast and what I like the most. Last week, we went to Bomet. Bomet is one of the counties in Kenya. We were meeting with the governor and the health team there. Because we have connected the healthcare system, and I'll talk about that, through a robust digital infrastructure that collects information and collects all the transactions or actions in the healthcare system. And we have found single sources of truth or single sources of identity for the participants in the healthcare system, whether it is a patient or a provider, what we call hospitals, or the product or the medicine you're prescribing or the x-ray, all those are products. Or the payers, who pays? Are you paying by yourself? Is it paid by insurance or by the government? Or even the professional who sees you, whether it's a doctor, a nurse, a clinical officer. We have mapped out that, and we have set single sources of identity for each interaction in the healthcare system. So we went to Bomet last week. And because the country is so keen on reduction of maternal mortality, we opened the dashboard. And when we opened the dashboard, we could see that Bomet County lost 5 mothers in the last 3 months. We could even go down to the names, to the facilities, and to the problems. And I'll talk about one of the mothers that we opened her file. A young 23-year-old who had been documented in a health center once, one of the local health centers. Had high blood pressure, had low blood levels, what we call the hemoglobin. She had been attended. All these things were recorded, and they are there in the digital footprint. And then 6 weeks later, she came to deliver. There is no record of any intervention despite the fact that there was something recorded as a challenge. When she came back, she had 6 hours of labor from the time that she entered the facility to the time that a referral was made to the next facility, and then she passed on along the way to one of the big hospitals in Bomet called Longisa. And I want us to pack that issue a bit, even though we need to note that a mother died, and look at the information gap that was there and the use of information, and bring that to this conference as we talk about data collection, data analysis, interoperability, and the use. Because often, many people interpret data sovereignty to mean that my data is my own and it shouldn't be visible to anyone else. In the healthcare system, this woman would have been saved if this information was visible to the next facility or to somebody else, or to a higher level of health professional that could make a decision earlier, within the 6 weeks, to intervene on her blood pressure, to intervene on the blood level. And so as we discuss all of these issues, for me, the idea about data sovereignty must be laced with what are we actually doing with the data to improve the health outcomes. I'll tell you what we have achieved and what we haven't in this digital infrastructure. Through the digital systems which we have established as one of the key priority areas of universal health coverage. Right now, under the Social Health Authority, if you have not heard the Social Health Authority, I think you may need to leave the room. Who has not heard about the Social Health Authority? The Social Health Authority is the mechanism through which the government of Kenya mobilizes resources to pay for health care. Now, through the Social Health Authority, we have reduced claim processing time from 90 days under the former NHIF to 7 days. Now, that's administrative efficiency. Very important, but we have not yet saved the mother in Bomet. We have detected last year in August, there was a cholera outbreak in Nairobi, the informal settlements. And we detected the cholera outbreak 11 days earlier than the traditional surveillance, because we could tell through the data system that there was a surge in diarrheal diseases in a certain hospital, and we could follow it to where the patients were coming from 11 days earlier. We project that we saved 400 lives by that early intervention, the power of real data. But we haven't still done enough. Many of you who are Kenyan have seen how we are aggressive in what we are calling the fraud engine to detect people who defraud our social health insurance. And so we have identified more than 2.3 billion, around 20 million US dollars in fraudulent health insurance claims. Money that is now available for legitimate patient care. But still, there are babies that we haven't saved their lives with that information. So when we talk about data sovereignty in health, we must ask ourselves practical questions about whether the data and the sovereignty improves the health outcomes and improves the health system. And I am with you on a number of questions. It's just that I wanted to look at the other side of the coin so that we are not protectionist. I hope you understand what I'm saying. In the world of AI, we've done quite a bit. Right now, we are using an AI engine to look at clinical cases. We've tested it with maternity, for example, and we are testing it with some specific disease components like dialysis, which is very clear on what you require to enter into dialysis. You know, chronic kidney disease, we know you need it twice a week. We know you may need it for some time as you get prepared perhaps for a transplant. So it's extremely predictable. So we are using AI for those very predictable patterns in the health system. But there was something else that has been quite interesting. We used a simple diagnostic system. So we use it for TB, interpretation of TB from X-ray on the chest. We use a digital AI system, and we've distributed more than 200 X-ray machines across the country so that we save doctors time and we also save patients a lot of suffering, having to be referred to many places. But now when we were doing this with the children, we realized that the accuracy was reducing from 94% to 68%. Why? Because our children present not just with pneumonia, but they also present with malaria or malnutrition. So the way you have set the interpretation of the X-ray on the muscle is very different, because for a malnourished child and a healthy child is very different. What I am coming to is that data, as you have already noted in your concept note, is the oil for AI. But the source of that data changes how the outcome presents itself. Now, that is the value of data sovereignty. That as we train these X-rays, as we train these diagnostic systems on the healthcare systems, that the data is so sovereign that it is context specific. And that's what I was coming to. Because when you want to prevent death, you must rely on truth. And the truth that determines the actions we take must be based on our information. Data sovereignty from a clinical perspective means that the Kenyan data is validated and used in the Kenyan context and continuously reused, and I liked what you said there, reusable, reused to test whether the system is producing what we need. I think there is so much that we can talk about in the whole field of data governance. For us, in the healthcare system, 3 things are key. Number 1 is the security of the data. In our national health data governance, and I mentioned the legislative foundation that we are using, but we are going a step higher to set an authority, the Digital Health Agency, that also enforces a secure and a stable mechanism for collecting health data. Recently, we had a challenge with one of the insurance companies where more than 2.5 million patient data was alleged to have leaked. Things that previously we could not tell, and this leakage was very deliberate because it's, you know, this data is used mainly for either pharmaceutical companies or insurance companies, or to determine, you know, some research for disease patterns, those people who are doing diagnostic testing for laboratories. You know, previously, such kind of acts would have gone unnoticed, but because of our digital infrastructure, it's not possible for it to go unnoticed. And that is why we have established the Digital Health Agency, so that we reinforce the security of the data, and we consider that a key component of sovereignty. Number two is that our laws are quite clear about the storage, especially the Data Protection Act. They are very clear about the storage of data, saying that the Kenyan data must be stored in Kenya. And so the storage is important. But more importantly is the usage of the data. And this is where I want to speak to you, because you are universities. Right now, we have tons and tons of data. You can imagine NHIF, which we have repealed, 60 years of information just sitting there. Our Kenya Medical Research Institute, 60 years of information just sitting there. I'm sure the University of Nairobi, that is running a lot of more than 31 systems for the healthcare, has a lot of information. Now, what can we do with that information? And even as we discuss the idea of sovereignty, sovereignty is not just about ownership. Sovereignty is also about innovation. Right now, the African continent is viewing AI more for its usage, but we have not yet come to develop models of AI that helps us use our data innovatively, that makes us use our data to strengthen and improve our systems. And so the whole space about data utility is extremely unexplored. And that's a challenge to you, because I'm speaking at a university. We have not developed models for usage of our data. Whatever I was mentioning about this young 23-year-old girl is very rudimentary. That's what you can see. Now you can imagine if we analyzed the data, if we developed proper models of analysis, because that is where true sovereignty will come from. True sovereignty will come from being innovative, from discovering the next things in healthcare. All of that is information, and how we use that information. I know that conferences such as this come up with very key recommendations, sometimes declarations. You know, sometimes we come up with discussion papers. Occasionally we come up with policy briefs and documents. And they sound extremely impressive. But there is usually a disconnect. When we leave rooms like this, how do we solve the real problems of Africans? And so if we want to discuss data sovereignty, we have to look at it within the context of solving the real problem, stopping that mother from dying. Now that is true sovereignty. And I'll leave you with some final words. Every system that we build to secure, to store, to utilize our data in a way that we are the only ones that can govern, every policy that we write, every partnership that we forge, every algorithm that we will develop or deploy must test only one question. Will it help Bomet as a county, or will it help that young lady or the professional? Will it save the life from a health perspective? If the answer is no, or maybe someday, then it doesn't matter how sovereign the data is. If the answer is yes, then we keep building on that system. We keep improving it, we keep strengthening it, because that truly is what will change Africa. So data, yes, is our tool. Sovereignty is what we gear towards. But the real deal is better health, more development for Africa. And I believe that is the challenge that is in this room. So for universities and for all of the participants here, I want to wish you a very successful deliberation. I want to assure you that from the government perspective, digitization is key. Digitization is already generating the data. What we do with that data is your assignment. What we do with that data is your assignment. And I want to finish by challenging you to give us practical models of how we can secure and utilize our data for better health, for better development, so that we build Africa. Kenya is leading the way. His Excellency, the President, has even made digitization not just an agenda in health, but one of the key economic development drivers in Kenya. And that means that we know what this means. Kenya has had a great appetite from before on innovations, from M-Pesa to the solutions that have come forth, including a hearing device that was made here, right in Kenya, using data. There is a lot more Africa can do. So as we secure, as we store, as we build this sovereignty, as we bring more information to the public about privacy, as we advocate for ethical use of data, it must be for a purpose, for better health, for better development. Thank you, and best wishes.
Thank you very much for that wonderful speech. I'm sure if you are keen, you would have seen some semblances from what Dr. Oluga has mentioned, with also what Honorable Charumbira mentioned, and also what Van Meegen, our nuncio, apostolic nuncio, have mentioned. And that means that we have a role to play. This, we cannot continue talking, but again, something I'm picking from Dr. Oluga is that universities need to take their space to inform what the policies should look like, what the solutions for social transformation should look like. At this moment, I want to invite our next speaker, who is going to give a keynote speech. This is, we have two speeches, you will bear with me, before our lunch break. And after the lunch break, there will be a very engaging session. It will not be so much about people talking to you, but talking to each other. How do we move forward with this context of using data innovatively, creatively, and to solve the solutions that are bedeviling our societies and our people? So this moment, I would like to invite Professor Kamarogo, sorry? Thank you, Miriam. We have to anticipate some things sometimes. So from the program, you might have seen Professor Mohammad Mpeza Mihigo, Vice Chancellor of Equator University of Technology and Science, Masaka, Uganda, scheduled to give his speech around 5, and that looks very late. So because we have respect for our professors and they have been challenged to lead their universities to take charge and bring out innovative solutions, this moment I would like to invite a professor to give his keynote speech at this moment, and also to tell us about the big books. That is scaring, Prof. But you will tell us whether it is all data and whether some of our data is here or what is it all about. Welcome, Prof.
Thank you so much. Okay. Thank you so much, MC. Sometimes we forget to acknowledge the Master of Ceremonies. Ladies and gentlemen, our chief guests and our principal secretary, and all the other protocol is observed as earlier mentioned. I am the Vice Chancellor of Equator University of Science and Technology, but in your program book, you'll have a bit of my profile, and we have a very good reason to celebrate today. Indeed, I want to acknowledge the very stimulating, provocative, but very informative address by our chief guest, where every vice chancellor who is in the room felt something itchy, and so I'm here representing those who have been itched by those words to try and bring back ourselves to line and also remain relevant. But allow me also to thank Dr. Ouma Oluga, sir, respected Principal Secretary. I know you are shying away from being honorable, but you are honorable. And your country for being really the role model in implementation. Actually, when this issue of Kenya government signing with the US and going into all these matters came up in the media, you know the world is now connected. We were all up in arms and wondering, was proper due diligence done? How secure are we? We know that we are not very secure, but we shouldn't just let go. And so you've been able to really address, and we would like you to champion among the countries that are implementing this program. Kenya and the Ministry of Health can actually work through the networks of other ministries, because sometimes for other governments there are so many questions. So if you demonstrate and you take leadership, I'm sure this task that we are undertaking is going to become even much more easier. I'm really super impressed by the steps that have already been taken on behalf of my colleagues. I chair the VODAN group, which started somewhere during the COVID-19. By that time, it used to be the Virus Outbreak Data Network. When COVID-19 surprised the whole world, we came together a collaboration majorly driven by the African scientists, but also supported through partnerships by our European friends. And I want to introduce Miriam Van Ryssen. She's very humble, but doesn't want to be introduced. Stand up so that they can see. She's really our champion from Leiden University and also Tilburg University. And she has edited, the MC got worried about these big books. She has edited this, this particular book with a couple of people. Honorable Charumbira, you'll be very impressed to know that Munyarazi Mawere, professor from Great Zimbabwe University, is one of the great people of this book. And I wanted, before it cools down, because it's from the printing press, I request Professor Van Ryssen, please come forward here, so that we hand a copy to the Principal Secretary and also His Excellency. So, shall we invite the Principal Secretary? What is very interesting, it was published here in Kenya, I think, in Africa. And there are some authors here. And so this is a very interesting book that we've been advised to come to the center. It reads fair data. Fair means findable, accessible, interoperable, and reusable data. Fair Africa, and also fair world, internationalization of the health data space. I was so impressed by the way you expanded the acronym. I'm not surprised because you are up to speed. So on behalf of the team that published, and the foreword was written by me, so it's a pleasure. Thank you. Please. Where is the MC? When you're an MC, you're an assistant. Can we have the other book? Christina, maybe jump up here. Thank you so much. So may I invite Honorable Charumbira, please, to come forward. You are our champion. You've been with us on this journey. And from the southern part of Africa, you've seen some very exciting progress from Namibia and other places. So the next copy is yours. Professor Van Ryssen can tell you where you can get a copy. Others, the digital copies.
Well, I'm here. I should really thank all the people behind the technique, and through all of the networks we'll be sending out further information. Thank you, Visi.
Okay. So 2 more minutes and then I'll be done. So we want to thank the authors and also encourage people to read this publication. I was also very impressed by our other speaker, who really linked and I'm talking about the Apostolic Nuncio, who really brought academia into religion, into the politics, and also governance, but also connected it to data. We thank you very much, and we received the teaching very well, and the references made. Ladies and gentlemen, we are at Tangaza University. And Tangaza University is the home of the Africa Universities Network, Fair Open Science. This is the center of excellence. And the words of the chief guest and the principal secretary have challenged us as universities. What are we doing? Why are we not being innovative enough? Definitely, we have to do transformational change in the curriculum. And I'll give a very immediate and recent example. In Uganda, we are just going through an election period. And so the National Electoral Commission captured all the data of the voters. And the population was promised to have the biometric machines, the voter machines. Unfortunately, they could not work properly. In some situations, they did. And so, after raising the awareness of the need for digitalization, and then you do not live up to the mark for a purpose, you can easily create a force that is becoming very, very difficult. So even those who don't understand what the biometric machines are supposed to be doing are saying maybe we are dissatisfied of the outcome because these machines did not work. Maybe they had the answer there. Maybe these machines eat some of the voters. You know, I mean, you can understand. If at our level we do not appreciate it, how about the common population? So the AUN, which is co-chaired by Professor Mwania, and we want to thank you, sir, with your team, is legally registered entity here at Tangaza, but we already have 8 member universities, and our president is Professor Eyasu from Makerere University, and the team from Makerere is also here. And would like to say that over the years, since COVID-19, VODAN actually has developed the capacity. We have developed the capacity, we have trained data stewards, and therefore we would like to make an appeal to the President of the Pan-African Parliament to kindly push for us a collaboration, funding capacity, AU, EU, and other donors who now understand the value of data. But we would like it to be done ethically. That's basically the bottom line. And if this sensitive data is not verified and the owners are not respected, the source of the data, and that's our principle, then you can be sure this world is going to be thrown. The people who will hold this data will do anything with it, and that stands to risk everybody. So I would like to appreciate everyone and tell you that VODAN, with all its partners, has the capacity, and the Minister of Health Kenya can actually try to bring us on board in one way or another, because the capacity we have developed, we have deployed fair data points in more than 80 health facilities in Africa. And this is great. And already the dashboards you are talking about, we are able to see these patterns, and these patterns inform decision-making and investments as well. And we can also share we can share with the population, the owner of the data. So if we have a state, a government that is really standing up and championed by the Principal Secretary, we believe this is a big milestone, and congratulations to Tangaza. And for this conference, we have the policymakers on board. And for the young people, you should know that AI that is now on board is actually what you are calling machine learning, is actually learning and trying to trail you. All your habits are being captured and used by the marketeers for security reasons, for malice, for espionage, you mention it. So we need to adopt the FAIR principles to be able to jump on this, and we need the technical capacity, which is already with VODAN and his partners, so that we are able to take on this. If we take one health facility, we can as well spread it in the counties, and then make sure that we respect the residents, state authorities, the privacy and data protection governing laws in those countries, at the same time ensuring that we have all the permissions. I thank you very much, and thank you for listening to me.
Thank you very much, Prof, for those wonderful remarks and the session on the book about data. At this moment, we have a few minutes, and we are lucky because when someone is sent, they cannot interpret, but they stick to the words, as some people would say. So at this moment, we have the pleasure to give John Orindi the space to give the speech of the acting Vice Chancellor, University of Nairobi, Professor Mary Ansonson's speech. And after that, I will direct you what is going to follow. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, my brother MC. Your Excellency, President of the Pan-African Union Parliament, Your Excellency Fortune Churambira, Your Excellency Dr. Frederick Oluga, PS State Department of Medical Services, Ministry of Health, Your Excellency Reverend, Your Excellency Bart Van Meegen, the Apostolic Nuncio to Kenya, Your Excellency Reverend Dr. Frederick Mwanya, the Vice Chancellor of Tangaza University, Your Excellency Professor Mpesa, Vice Chancellor of Equator University of Science and Technology, Professor Marian Van Diesel, our patron of the network, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I have the displeasure, the dishonor of standing between you and lunch, but allow me to take words from your mouth, Your Excellency, that I'm going to do what you really talked about, copy and paste of the speech of the Vice Chancellor and deliver to you. Apologies from the Vice Chancellor due to other commitments. She was not able to be here. And allow me to read verbatim the keynote address we were supposed to give. We gather here today at a very important moment in Africa's digital and scientific journey, a moment when data has become a strategic resource that saves economies, influences governance, transforms healthcare, and redefines sovereignty. In the 21st century, data is no longer a byproduct of research and innovation. It has become infrastructure. It is capital, pesa, or bongo, as the Zairian call it, and it is increasingly becoming a source of power. For Africa, and particularly our universities, the central question is therefore not whether data is important, but who controls it, and under what rules, and its value, and how it is directed to the service of the people and to the development priorities of our continent. From an academic perspective, scientific data sovereignty is fundamental to research integrity, institutional autonomy, and knowledge justice. African universities generate vast volume of scientific, health, and humanitarian data. Yet, too often, this data, which is meticulously processed, analyzed, stored, and quite often commercialized outside the continent with limited benefits returning to the service of the communities where it is generated from. Scholars have rightly observed that this pattern truly reflects earlier extractive models, and that is now manifesting itself as digital neocolonialism. Unregulated data extraction, opaque algorithms systems, and unequal research partnership risks eroding Africa's ability to set its own research agenda and to govern its own innovation system and to protect the rights and dignity of its citizens. Scientific data sovereignty, therefore, is not about isolation or exclusion. It is agency, fairness, and long-term sustainability of African science. The agency of this conversation is most evident in the domain of health and humanitarian fields. These data sets contain deeply sensitive personal information, including health records, genomic data, biometric identifiers, and information relating to displacement and vulnerability. When such data is governed responsibly, it strengthens public health surveillance, supports evidence-based policymaking, and enables predictive and preventive healthcare and improve humanitarian response. When governance is weak, however, the consequences include violations of privacy, erosion of public trust in science, and exposure of individuals' communities to harm. Kenya, we acknowledge, has taken important steps in addressing this risk through Data Protection Act of 2019, which establishes clear principles of consent, purpose limitation, data minimization, and accountability, and through the operationalization of the Office of Data Protection Commissioners. Universities, therefore, must ensure that their research practices not only comply with these legal requirements, but also demonstrate leadership in ethical data stewardship. Universities occupy a unique and influential position within the data ecosystem. They generate data, train scientists, and data professionals, and they also shape policy discourse and serve as custodians of public trust. It is therefore both appropriate and necessary that universities take leadership role in setting norms and standards for data governance. The University of Nairobi is proud to be a founding member of the African University Network on Fair Open Science. This network reflects Africa's collective determination to lead rather than follow in matters of scientific data governance. It demonstrates that African institutions can collaborate across borders to advance fair data principles while safeguarding sovereignty and promoting ethical, high-quality research. Fair open science, defined by data that is findable, accessible, interpolable, and reusable, remains an important goal for the global research community. However, openness must be balanced with responsibility. The African Union data policy frameworks provide valuable guidance in aligning data openness with sovereignty, privacy, development, and development objectives. Similarly, emerging discussion on regional trade under the African Continental Free Trade Area underscores the importance of harmonized African-led approaches to data governance. The African University Network on Open Science offers practical platform for operationalizing these continental frameworks within universities by strengthening local data infrastructure, building capacity in data stewardship, developing African-centered standards, and ensuring compliance with national and regional legal frameworks. Artificial intelligence will increasingly shape healthcare, agriculture, public service, and humanitarian response. Yet AI systems reflect the data on which they are trained and the assumptions embedded in their design. If African data is absent, externally controlled, or poorly governed, African realities risk being misrepresented or marginalized. Universities therefore have a responsibility to promote African-led AI research, embed ethics and accountability into AI systems, and ensure that technological innovations aligns with societal values and public interest. Africa values global collaboration, and our universities benefit greatly from international partnerships. However, such partnerships must be equitable, transparent, and mutually beneficial. Research and data sharing agreements must strengthen African institutions and comply with national legal frameworks, including the data protection and intellectual property laws, such networks such as AUN Force enhances collective capacity and help ensure that collaboration advances rather than compromises scientific sovereignty. As I conclude, ladies and gentlemen, scientific data sovereignty is not a theoretical concern. It is central to Africa's development, resilience, and dignity. Universities have a critical role to play through leadership, policy engagement, and research practice, ethical research practice. And I thank you for listening. Allow me, with permission from the MC, to extend an invitation to you to attend a public lecture by His Excellency Fortune Churambira tomorrow in the afternoon at 3 p.m. at the University of Nairobi to discuss, to have a more insightful, open debate on these subjects and how our institution will relate to them. So you are all welcome, students, staff, partners, at the University of Nairobi tomorrow. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for the speech from the Vice Chancellor, Professor Hutchinson, University of Nairobi. That was wonderful. And can we give another round of applause? Thank you very much. Now, there was a request of a photo, but I see the chief guest and they have already moved for lunch, but I don't want to delay that lunch. We will still have the afternoon session. So this is the procedure that we are going to follow for lunch. The people seated at the front seats, please, you are requested to proceed to the Vice Chancellor's boardroom. Lunch is served there, and it is not special than the lunch which is served on this other side. For this time, we will spare the energy that you are going to get for your lunch, so you will not move to the cafeteria, but lunch is going to be served just outside here, so you will not do a lot of walking. But before we consume that has been prepared by human hands, I would like to request our Vice Chancellor, Professor Patrick, to bless the meal that has been set for us so that we can get energy for the afternoon session. Thank you. Welcome, Prof.
So I request we be upstanding for a grace before our meals. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. God, our loving Father, we thank you for this day. We thank you for this afternoon. We thank you for the far you have brought us in this our conference on data sovereignty, all that we have discussed. We have been fed with a lot of information that is supposed to help us become innovators and people who safeguard data. And as we continue to reflect on our role in this world and our role in this big subject, we ask also for your strength as we get out to be strengthened physically by the food that has been prepared by human hands. We ask you that you may extend your hand and bless it so that as we partake of it, we may have the energy and the strength we need to continue being the kind of persons you have created us to be. We ask this through Christ our Lord.
Amen.
In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
So please, you can proceed. The rest of us just down here will get your lunch.
preventative justice and public interest safeguards within health and humanitarian systems. As the founder and executive director of Crime Prevention Initiative, Trust CPIT, he promotes prevention-oriented approaches to law and technology across Africa. His prior role as county attorney for Kisumu and the founder of Edris and Company Advocates has shaped his expertise in constitutional law and community governance. Recently, Dr. Mondi has focused on data sovereignty, ethical AI, and cross-border data governance related to sensitive health data. Let's put our hands together for Dr. Idris. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. I believe we have a PowerPoint presentation. Yeah? It is on? Yeah? This is really beautiful. Thank you so much. First and foremost, I want to take this opportunity to thank the organizers of this particular conference on data sovereignty. You've really done a great work, and thank you very, very much for being a good host to all of us. The speakers that have gone before me, His Excellency Fortune Charumbira, the President, African Union, Pan-African Parliament. I want to thank him. He'll be joining us soon. We just had a very beautiful moment together. Apostolic Nuncio in Kenya, His Excellency Hibatus Matthews Maria, who also had given us a very wonderful presentation. And I believe that some of this presentation should circulate to us at some point so that we are able to interact with it at that level. And also the PS who was with us. We've also had a wonderful time together. And I thank the PS for being here, PS Omar Oluga. His presentation gave us some insights, and I think I'll just buttress based on that. Ladies and gentlemen, if you may allow me, I only have 20 minutes. And within these 20 minutes, I'll want you to focus on the slides. From the slides, you're able to actually resonate well with me and connect with me. I think the first slide that touches on data, dignity, and sovereignty and prevention. There is a moment in Robert Bould's book, A Man for All Seasons, where Thomas More is challenged for insisting on the law, even when it's confronting danger. His answer was very simple when it came to this. And he said this very firmly and assertively, that he would give even the devil the benefit of the law. Because if we cut down the law to pursue what we fear, today we leave ourselves exposed for tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, I speak today not only as a lawyer, but as a prevention practitioner. Because law, at its best, is not something we reach for after harm occurs. Law is a system we build so harm never gets the chance. Now, once we have this understanding about law, then those ones who have my cards, you'll note that there is something that I've written as a behavioral change person. Once our perception of law changes, then we will be able to actually interact with some of these preventive aspects of of law, and we take it very seriously. Not only in courts, but also prevention happens mostly in system designs. The question before us today is no longer whether data matters. The simple truth is that data now determines who we protect. Data determines who is exposed. And finally, data determines the decisions that we make on a day-to-day basis. Let's go to slide 2. So coming to that, we ask ourselves, who are we? What does Crime Prevention Initiative Trust do? I'll tell you what we are not. We are not an emergency response organization. We are a prevention organization. Our work begins before harm manifests. Before you report any matter to the police through the occurrence book, we should have come in and have known what exactly should have been done. Our work begins upstream, where law, data, technology, and governance quietly shape out all the outcomes, long before the courts, the hospitals, or security agencies are called upon. That's where the work for Crime Prevention Initiative begin. Ladies and gentlemen, we are not an advocacy or a protest-based organization. We engage through research. We are legal analysts, policy designers, and institutional collaborators. We operate within established constitutional, judicial, and regulatory process. Because in the digital age, prevention is not accidental, it is by design. Therefore, it is important for us to note we are an upstream prevention organization. Slide 3. A very few slides, so there are only 12 slides. I learned that many years ago. When you're giving this kind of presentation, you don't come with so many slides. So my time will be managed well, so don't worry about that. Now, what is upstream prevention? Because probably this is what's lingering in our minds. Upstream prevention means before harm becomes visible, CPIT is there. Upstream prevention also means intervening before danger is measurable. In public health, it means preventive exposure. In law, upstream prevention means preventing right erosion. And in data governance, it simply means stopping harm before data is misused, data is exported, or data is weaponized. Now listen to this. Litigation after harm is important. But prevention before harm is ethical, it is cheaper, and it is sustainable. Slide number 4. I want to give you a very short story based on my practical experiences in Kisumu, and I think most of us resonates with this. I remember the CS gave an example about Bomet County. You will allow me to give a small example from the grassroots understanding, because we are a grassroots-based organization. Imagine you are a field researcher in my county, that is Kisumu County. That's my hometown too. I come from that place. That's where I was also born. You are collecting probably the HIV/AIDS and or malaria data or disaster-related data for a foreign-linked institution. Now, I want you to listen very carefully, because this is the genesis of this particular conference. You meet a 78-year-old woman, let's call her, who is a caregiver looking after overseas orphans and vulnerable children within their parameters. Probably their parents, they died of HIV/AIDS or thereabout. Let's call her Grandma Anyango. Okay? In the entire Grandma Anyango's community, poverty is annoying, and it is ridiculing the community. Most of us come from this kind of backgrounds. You see poverty stinking, but there is very little that you can do. Now, you have Kenya shillings 1,000 worth of supplies on one hand, and on the other hand, you have a consent form for Grandma Anyango, you as a researcher. The best that you need from Grandma Anyango is just a thumbprint. So legally, it appears that there is a consent, right? Immediately, Grandma Anyango thumbprint it. Most of us have been involved in research and focus group discussion, and you know what I'm talking about. But constitutionally, the question is deeper. Was the consent informed? Was it voluntary? Was it dignified? And that's where we come in. If you look at our banner, human dignity is very keen. Dignity. It does not matter your class, where you are from, but it does not matter your race or religion. Dignity stands out. Slide number 5. Now then, this one gives us a good constitutional foundation, whereby Article 31 of our Constitution brings out the element of right to privacy. And we will see this is a very interesting aspect that has been adapted around the world. And I want us to look into this because constitutionalism is the basis of our discussion. Once we miss this, we would have missed the entire subject of data sovereignty. So I want us to be very keen on this. Now, the Kenyan Constitution is explicit. Privacy is not a luxury. Privacy is a right. And I'll give you an Indian case, Parvar Swami case, whereby the Supreme Court of India came out very clearly and informed them that privacy is a fundamental right, not just a right. And therefore, when we collect data from Grandma Anyango, this is sensitive, private data at the bottom line of it. Its collection, its processing, and transfer will trigger heightened constitutional scrutiny immediately. So the Constitution demands not just consent. We thought that the thumbprint is a consent. Is that so? But the threshold set up by the Constitution borders what we call lawfulness, proportionality, accountabilities, and there is some remedies. Slide number 6. So then, Constitution is a substantive law. The Data Protection Act is a procedural law. The health legislation that we have is supposed to operationalize the procedural law that we have. But here is the thing. Section 48 of the Data Protection Act 2019 tackles a very important aspect that now brings us into the topic of sovereign data transfer. That is a cross-border data transfer. Now, this particular section, it regulates the transfer of personal data outside Kenya. Like data collected from Grandma Anyango, how was it regulated through this particular provision? And if you look through, that legislation is quite explicit. It even talks about the commissioner of data to be involved in such kind of incidences. The question is, how many times do we really involve them when it comes to this? So then, what is required basically is adequate safeguards for Grandma Anyango. We are looking at clear purpose limitation to be there. We are looking at enforceable remedies that are expected in terms of that. And of course, the oversight by Kenyan institutions. There are institutions like the Data Commission that should come in quite clearly. And also, in terms of constitutionalism, we look into our parliament as an oversight authority in a short while. So the problem arises when infrastructure, controls, or analysis migrate faster than accountability. That's where the problem begins. Okay? So then let's look at the health cooperation framework. I wish our CS was here because this is a subject that he dealt with, the PS, I mean. He looked into it in a very wide end. But there's a classical case of policy intent before law. Okay? In this particular health cooperation framework, it's a classical case of policy intent, the executive intent before law. That's where the rubber meets the road. So the conference, this conference, was conceived before the Kenya United States Health Cooperation Framework emerged. So this particular end just came in just by the way. The framework just caught up with us. But it is relevant for us today because it forms a very good example. It reveals how modern health governance now operate through data, through systems, and cross-border corporations. And now we are witnessing the same happening across Africa. Governments are entering similar health cooperation frameworks with the United States of America. I'm told that the number has come probably up to almost 40 now. But the issue is, how is this addressed? You know? These corporations are intended to address issues of pandemic preparedness and early warning systems. That's a good thing. They are intended to address disease surveillance and response coordination. That is also really good. They're intended to help supply chain, research collaboration, and financing. Very good. That is equally good. They're intended to capacity build in public health institutions. Now, from the executive perspective of government, such frameworks are intended to strengthen national health security, enable rapid access to global expertise, technology and funding, and integrate national systems into regional and global health architecture, which Dr. Oluga brought it quite well. However, in the digital age, health cooperation is no longer only about medicine. It is also about data flow, governance authority, and constitutional accountability. That is where legal and constitutional scrutiny properly begins. Not as opposition, but as part of a responsible governance. The question, therefore, is not whether health cooperation is desirable. In capital letters, it is. Health cooperation is desirable. We need each other as a global family. But the question then is, that need to be addressed in regards to this, is how such cooperation is structured. How is this corporation governed and constitutionally anchored when data becomes the bloodstream of health systems? That is what needs to be answered. Slide number 8 and 9, I will combine them to actually move faster. Now, the courts as arbiters of data sovereignty. I'll try now to bring in some comparative analysis to help us understand slide number 7 better. Now, across jurisdictions, we are aware that there is an increase that is being called upon constitutional compliance of cross-border data governance framework. Now, note that constitutional compliance of cross-border data governance framework requires our individual nations to look into their own legal systems and how this works out. And therefore, especially, we are delving in what we call the doctrine of legitimate expectation. And when we look at Article 10 of our own Constitution, that talks about the rule of law, and accountability, of course, Article 47 that brings in the area of fair administrative justice or action, and Article 73 that brings us leadership and integrity. This conforms within the boundaries that would really lead us as people who are looking into constitutionalism to actually work around it. Let's exegetize this. In petition number E816, what we normally call the Okia Umtata versus the Prime Cabinet Secretary and Cabinet Secretary for Foreign and Diaspora Affairs and others. Now, the High Court issued a conservatory order suspending implementation of the Kenya United States Health Cooperation Framework. Okay? Now, this was done pending review of safeguards relating to consent, sovereignty, and status and statutory compliance. Now, conservatory orders are judicial tools. Okay? They actually, in layman's language, what they do, they pause. They're saying, wait a minute. Kenya, you've entered into this kind of relationship right now. But wait a minute, have you looked at it from the benchmark of the Constitution or not? So then, when conservatory order as a tool puts up a pause, then the activity is seen whether it actually violates provisions of the Constitution. So importantly, under such order, courts do not reject international cooperation. And this is very important because sometimes we think that the courts have rejected international cooperations. Courts have not rejected that. What they've just done, they want to test it against the constitutional regime that we have. And it is basically not a prohibition innovation. What they are simply doing, they are pausing the executive implementation to see whether a right has been infringed. Okay? So we are asking, has a right been infringed? We are not saying that cooperation is bad, but we have to test it to look into human dignity. Are our people safe in the process? Okay? It is imperative then to note that courts did not reject cooperation. Okay? But post-implementation to test constitutionality. Now, this is not just a practice that is in Kenya alone. What we are looking at, basically, we have seen this being mirrored globally. Okay? And there are international jurisprudence. For instance, the European Union Court of Justice of the European Union, what they call as Grand Chambers, in one of the most cited judgment being a 2020 judgment, case number C311/18 for those ones who are taking notes, or what is called the Scream 2 judgment. Now listen to this. The courts held that standard contractual clauses, because nations to nations sit down with lawyers and they have to do contracts, right? Now, and there are standard contractual clauses. The courts are saying, in this European case, that under the General Data Protection Regulation, what we call the GDPR, they cannot mechanically, allow third country legal regimes to undermine fundamental rights, especially that require case-to-case transfer impact assessment. So that when you have a nation that already undermines fundamental rights, what is the use of allowing this nation to be part of a contractual obligation in terms of data transfer? It doesn't make sense, correct? Yeah? And therefore, in India, we have another case that, and this is a case that I said mirrors our Article 31 of our Constitution, what we are calling the Justice K.S. Puttaswamy versus Union of India. Now, this case affirms privacy as a fundamental constitutional right. And it puts it on the testing of some certain aspect legally. The first one being that does data-related issue certify legality? That's number one. Number two, is it necessary? The test of necessity. Three, the test of proportionality comes in. And lastly, the procedural safeguards that are available so that somebody like Grandma Anyango is well protected as much as the data is going out. We are not saying it is wrong for the data to go out, but is the data going through some certain aspect of it, testing. Now, if you look at also the Republic versus the Tool of Humanity Cooperation, US and 8 others, I only have 5 minutes. 2, okay. And in this particular end, we had the Kenya WorldCoin litigation, the Tool of Humanity. The court also similarly reasoned in a distinct context, enforcing statutory obligation under the Data Protection Act. The Chinese also have theirs, but then from the Chinese perspective, they administratively use the executive to actually look into that aspect of data protection. And they have something that they're calling the Cyberspace Administration of China, CAC, that actually helps out to work around the personal information protection laws. Ladies and gentlemen, just last month, Poland, the president of Poland issued a veto, touching on constitutional oversight, and then that did not reject regulations per se, but ensuring safeguards and balance. So what this tells you is that we are dealing with international issue. It's not just a Kenyan issue, but it's an issue that we have to look at it microscopically together because there are precedents that are being set all over the world. It's a common problem, not only in Africa, but also in Europe, also in India, and also in China. And it's a global problem. Lastly, as a way forward, what does prevention look like in practice? This is what we propose. That we have a constitutional pre-clearance of data agreements, that public interest impact assessments to be looked into, because this is the model that is being looked through the world, that community level consent literacy should be taken into consideration, and early warning legal research through the universities need to be looked into, and we are keen as Crime Prevention Initiative Trust into that. And in closing, ladies and gentlemen, data dignity is paramount. data is no longer a footnote in global governance. It is an infrastructure of power. The question is not whether data should move. That one is not our question now. Data is moving, and we cannot stop that. But under whose authority, for whose benefit, and with what remedies? Prevention is not optional. It is a responsibility that we now all share. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish to end from that end, and I believe that we all share in the same spirit. God bless you.
Thank you very much. Let's appreciate Dr. Idris. So Dr. Idris has gone over data dignity, sovereignty, and the legal aspects of it. And the last one, very, very important, was that data is there. But now, whose authority do we access this data? Thank you very much. Yeah. So we are going to move to breakaway sessions. And in this kind of forum, sometimes it's not easy to say, you go there, you go there. Now you make your own choice. But we are going to have very, very lively breakaway sessions for about 50 minutes. First of all, just want to acknowledge the conference organizers because they are going to lead you where you should be. I'm Dr. Reginald Nalugala from Tangaza University, I'm one of the organizers. I'm here with a team from Europe, Joel and Christina. Then we have the Tangaza team. There is Rita, there's Father Innocent, there is Opio there, there's James Ngoge, there is Maxwell, William, that team that is from Tangaza. And then we have delegates from Ethiopia. Ethiopia, please just put up your hands. Yes, that's Ethiopia. From Uganda, we want to appreciate you. From Sudan, to appreciate it. Thank you very much. From Ghana, from Nigeria, yes, there are very many online. And from South Africa, I can say also from Botswana, from Zimbabwe. There are very many people online. You are most welcome. I want to appreciate Captain TV for keeping us online. I'm sure wherever you are following online, and you can access this conference online, even after. We want to appreciate Captain TV and also the Tangaza media team. So, here are the breakaway sessions. I want to just check. Nicholas Migot, are you there? So Dr. Migot is going to be in room B1. B1 is just across there, room B1. And is going to direct a discussion around technology and innovation. And so Dr. Migot, if we can just maybe you stand so that you are at the door there. Your delegation is going to follow you to B1. B1 is just there. Sister Damaris will show you B1. And then B2, we are going to have Miss Alivitsa Kituku. Alivitsa? Yes, the lady from Mombasa. The one who can design better. Please be at the door so that we know where you're going. It's B2, it's the next room. Yes. And you're going to, yes, you're part of the discussion with the CPIT. And yes, Africa-led certification. Okay, thank you very much, Rita. Then we have B3, and here we have John Ocheng Auma. John Ocheng Auma. He's going to B3. B3 is just across there. And he's going to lead a discussion on edge computing for data autonomy. Edge computing for data autonomy. And my Tangaza team, most of you are technical, you will need to follow. You divide yourself in the rooms to give support. Then we have Kevin Obware. Yes, Kevin is head of election programs and data. He's going to speak about community consent and data ownership in room B4. B4, just over there. And then in the main hall here, we're going to have Bishop Charles Ware. Bishop, yes. He's a good friend here. And he's going to speak about ethical AI governance. And to be in this room here. Delegates, please divide yourselves so that we move faster. And you have 50 minutes to create a good discussion.
My team, are we ready? Good afternoon, team. Can we take our seats? May I have your attention, please?
For the sake of live audience, they will all move on one side. Just take them move on one side.
Okay. A little announcement. We are blessed that our team is live. It is being viewed all over the world. So for the sake of capturing, all of us should be in one place. So can we all come this side? Let's all move this to this side. And those who are behind there, if you're fair, please come closer quickly. We're remaining with 40 minutes. Thank you. Let's settle down. Good afternoon. Our thematic area is ethical AI governance and protection of vulnerable populations.
I believe that in this room we are full. We are professionals who have been working in this area and other interested groups. Now, as we have heard partly from the presentations in the conference, ethical AI is a critical priority because AI increasingly shapes access to essential services across Africa, where rapid transformation coexists with deep structural inequalities. While AI offers significant potential to improve healthcare, education, financial inclusion, and public administration, weak governance can entrench discrimination and harm vulnerable populations through biased data, opaque algorithms, and inadequate safeguards. Now, drawing from the current meeting, selected prior conferences, forums, and the academia, we have looked at the established resolutions, what has been missing, and finally came up with 3 implementation grade questions for our discourse. And we are free to add 1 more, if any, in the interest of allocated time. So I will read the questions. They are short questions, so we can capture them. Question 1, that's what we're going to answer for the conference. What AI uses should be established as prohibited or high risk in African humanitarian and health contexts? I repeat, what AI uses should be classified as prohibited or high risk in African humanitarian and health contexts. Are we okay? If I'm fast, you can tell me. Yeah, what AI uses should be classified as prohibited or high risk in African humanitarian and health contexts? That's question 1. Question 2. How can explainability and contestability be guaranteed for AI-driven decisions affecting aid, care, or identity? Question 2. How can explainability and contestability be guaranteed for AI-driven decisions affecting aid, care, or identity? You got it? I repeat it once more. How can explainability and contestability be guaranteed for AI-driven decisions affecting aid, care, or identity? Then we go to question 4. Question 4. What independent oversight bodies, that's question 3, sorry. Question 3. What independent oversight bodies are competent to audit AI systems used on vulnerable populations? I repeat it again. What independent oversight bodies are competent to audit AI systems used on vulnerable populations? Did we get them clearly? Yeah, so because we are few, there are two ways that we always do in conferences. One is to divide ourselves into groups per question. That's one way. The other way is deal with questions as a team. So which one do we deal with? Do we go with? Per question. All of us per question. Okay. You are the experts. Can we have one person to take some minutes for us? Like a rapporteur? Somebody who can pick things first? Somebody? Who? You can, eh? Yeah, so we'll give him our ideas on question number 1, and we are free to go on. I want to assume that there is no other question. Yes. Okay. So I'll go back to the first question, and then we tackle it. What AI uses should be classified as prohibited or high risk in African humanitarian and health contexts? You can come here and say, somebody who is ready to give us an idea, just come here and say. First, did we understand the question? Who wants to give us an answer? Do you want to give us one? Okay, but just come, because this one is live. Just come and give us. Hey, you just come, or I give this to you.
Oh, it's okay. Good afternoon. I'm imagining that if we have AI which could do a surgical procedure, I think that one should be prohibited, given that AI is never correct. A procedure, that would be my answer. If it is going to do a procedure on a patient, like an eye operation. Thank you.
Someone else on the same quiz?
Thank you very much. Yeah, as we have been talking about AI, it's quite very scary when you listen this morning, because some of us need to go to what we call confession. We have misused it, taken the data, and sent it very, very far, assuming it's normal. So first of all, for me, it should be prohibited. I was almost with the same idea, especially when it is going to exploit somebody's, the people that do not understand, especially in the health part of it, diagnose a disease, it's not very correct, and then you are given medication that cannot work. And then even in the humanitarian aid, maybe you're in the field and you are using AI to ask people, like checking on Kwashiorkor or something like that, and you conclude. That should be prohibited. And then within looking at what we talked about, the concept, before you do something, I have a concept to the person. That concept, it should be explained exactly what does it mean to the people, because we are dealing with a lot of vulnerable people if it's exploitative. Thank you.
Someone else want to try that, answering that question? Someone else? Okay.
I can try. Thank you very much. my understanding of the question is that which of the tasks that are being like done through AI should be like classified as not to be done, or they should be risky. Yeah, I would speak about the research area of the humanitarian one because I am focused on that. So in the humanitarian sector, many decision makings would be like based on the AI search generated premises and statements of the problems. So in some cases we see that problems identification is being used through the premises that are provided through AI. That would be that would not necessarily show the exact situation. For instance, if we consider like there would be some general things that some refugee camp may need, but that wouldn't be conclusively like define that refugee camp unless you research it, unless you go to the field and see it. But there are times where like humanitarian support works are become like a generalized one without like a detailed assessment of the context and the needs of the community. So what I would say to probe it is like for humanitarian support to provide for someone, the person should be consented, asked, and like it needs to be based on the request that person has provided, not based on the AI generated generalizations. The second point is related to the use of data and how, like for instance, how primary data shouldn't be like attached to AI, shouldn't be put in AI because it manufactures the information. It also manipulates the information because AI follows your behaviors and it acts according to your behaviors. And the primary information provided to AI would be used into a wrong way. So that would be a challenge for the privacy of the person as well as for the organization and for the country as well. So one is I would prohibit the provision of primary data related to people, related to individuals, right holders. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Do you have another one who wants to speak on the same? Or we move to the... Yes. Please, move quickly. Make it lively. Yeah?
It's all right. Thank you. Now, to me, I think in the perspective of using AI as a platform of making decisions, is a whole thing going to get biased because actually we do not know its certification, where the information is coming from, how it is governed, and a wholesome thing where it comes from. Ideally, in as much it is AI, that it is so much intelligent, but it's so, to me I feel it is very biased. Whatever it will give me, I cannot clarify beyond AI, and when you come to other concept of learning, it will be different altogether. Thank you.
Are we all satisfied that those answers are okay? Yeah. Oh, you want to try, lady? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for my perspective. AI should support humans, but not replace them, and always be fair, safe, and ethical. Thank you.
That's good. Last, okay, lady.
Yes, I think from my end, I feel like we should find a balance on how well we can utilize AI. And this is understanding, of course, the risks that are there, and also what kind of data we should be able to open up when it comes to use of data, identifying any biases. And I think it should be really, it should be really protected, or rather people should guide AI models into ensuring that they are adhering, or they're not affecting the decisions or outcomes of any systems or any research or any decision making. It should be very clear, and the AI itself should be governed in a very careful manner, where people should be open to the fact that it can be biased if given the wrong data. And also when it comes to deep learning, I think we should avoid opaque deep learning models. They should be very transparent. It should be very clear when it comes to learning the data and interpreting this data, or coming up with decisions that are going to affect the humanitarian aspect or even health when it comes to health. So data governance is very important, and I think governing bodies should, when coming up with regulations and policies, should be very clear how these data or data models are being created, or they're being used when it comes to creating learning models through the data that we share or we collect in the communities.
Good. Someone else? The last one? Make it lively.
Yeah, thank you so much, Bishop. Yeah, I'm also looking at what AI uses should be classified as prohibited on high-risk African humanitarian on health context. Looking at a situation of sexual violence as one of those prohibited cases that should be looked into in a very careful way, and in fair data, we classify that as they look for ontologies that can help us protect that and ethically deal with that case in a way that is favorable for the vulnerable humanitarian context. So just like the PS was saying, the case of Bomet, so we look at that as every case is very unique at their own different places. So therefore we have to categorically look at the case by itself, not in a general way, because that can be misleading. Thank you.
So, can we say we have done enough on that question? And so, as we move on, yeah, we create momentum for the second question. Yeah? So, the second question was, how can explainability and contestability be guaranteed for AI-driven decisions affecting aid, care, or identity? Yeah, we got the questions. So I repeat it once more, and please let's get answers. How can explainability and contestability be guaranteed for AI-driven decisions affecting aid, care, or identity? Who is going to try the first? Hello, did we understand the question? It was not very clear. Yeah, so let me just look at it this way. In the interest of time, as I look at the thematic notes, to bring it to the understanding of people, can we go to question 3? I think that is, in Kenya we call it mboga. Yeah, and something easy. Yeah, cabbage. It's easy. Question 3. Yeah. So question, what independent oversight bodies are competent to audit AI systems used on vulnerable populations? We can do that quickly, and then we...
My take is the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission. It should... the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, and it should make sure that the AI system aligns with our legal requirements, our societal values, yes, and our societal values, I think, yes, that's my take.
That is anti-corruption?
Yes.
That is
ethics.
Kenyan.
Yeah.
Next.
What comes to my mind, I'm thinking like we keep on saying like in Kenya that we want to amend the constitution. So I think there could be an element of amendment of the constitution, and that could be put as an article because everything is evolving. So this AI is something that has come after 2010 constitution to be put like the way we read about the Article 31 saying protective, and then it could be put like that. Though still the constitution of Kenya, there are some elements that protects. But it could be put maybe like gazetted, or maybe to be really put seriously online with the anti-corruption. Thank you.
Let's go beyond Kenya.
I'm thinking of data protection authorities, because a lot of data is being utilized when it comes to AI models. And of course, in Nigeria, we have the Nigeria Data Policy. In Kenya, we have the Kenya ODPC. So, and also we have the, I think, the international data governing bodies that are also available that can control. But I think the other thing that we really need to bring in mind is have organization or authorities that can pilot, audit, and test the AI models that people are creating, especially any AI population model that is being created should be piloted and tested and even audited before it's in use or it's released to when it comes to creating or helping in decision making, especially for the community.
Yeah, maybe. My take is that first, there should be like clarity on which things can be assisted by AI and which things should be done only by humans. So there should be a clear separation in these things so that you can say like, this thing can be done by individuals who have the authority to do it, without any, like, if they are sensitive, then there is no need to have them into AI prompts. So, but there are some cases, for instance, educational cases can be supported by AI. It can be accelerated by AI. So you can allow, in some cases, that AI can be regulated, can serve people through regulatory mechanisms. And I would say that the regulation should be emanated from the constitution, because like there should be some privacy related clauses in constitutions that explain that my data shouldn't go to the AI. So if I am not protected constitutionally, the Data Governance Actor wouldn't enforce it. So it should start from the proclamations, it should start from the political will, and it should start from the political oversight first. Then it goes to individuals as well. So in the context of Ethiopia, it could be like, because the organizations have different takes in the decision-making process. I would say there should be some independent actor that should start from the legislator, not in the executive body. So my understanding of it is that if it is under executive body, there would be probability that it would be a biased. For instance, there are times that we hear about the election systems and situations where if they are not in favor of the governing political actors, the result would be changed. So I feel that it should be governed by an independent actor, that the citizens should monitor, the right holders should have the right upper hand. Thank you.
Yeah, so we've got national institutions, regional institutions, and international institutions. Yeah.
And I think also for the regional, we have the African Union Data Policy Framework, which is very important because what they are doing, what the African Union commissioning body, what they are doing is they are supporting African countries, all African countries. I think currently they have supported 40 countries to come up with data policies that are data governing policies, or even a national strategy, national AI strategy. And I think also countries, I've seen Kenya. Kenya recently, we launched the national AI strategy, which of course guides, but also has created that need for a discussion on where Kenya is going and how we are using AI, and how well we can utilize AI to maybe to improve our country or to drive decision making as well, to create more discussions around that, and also to ensure that Kenyans are aware that our government is very forward, or is creating a path for us to follow when it comes to artificial intelligence. Yeah. So national strategies, AI national strategies, AI implementation strategies, very important when it comes to guiding or being a governing document when it comes to the use of AI in a country or a nation.
That was powerful. So, Sudan. Is Sudan represented here? You concur? Ethiopia? South Sudan? Oh, South Sudan, yeah.
Thank you. Like other colleagues, I would like to say that AI is good to be regulated, and of course it should be started from the international level to the regional level to national levels. So each institution or agency should come up with some, or should try to see AI in its own rules and regulations, what should be done and what should not be done based on their existing regulations and so on. It can also be considered in the constitutions where there should be provisions concerning the AI governance. Yeah, so I would like to concur with the rest of the colleagues. Thank you.
So just as an eye-opener, on the second question, explainability means that people can understand how and why AI system made a particular decision.
In this context, or in this question, what can be done? And this posing also a question that we look together. What can be done in university that our research work may be more validated?
Yeah, you captured that, yeah? I think the professor said it. Yeah, he talked about even more funding. Yeah. More support from the executives and all that. So I was saying explainability means that people can understand how and why an AI system made a particular decision about them in a language and terms that are meaningful to non-experts. Did you capture it? That is explainability. Yeah? So then I go to contestability. Contestability is the right and practical ability for individuals or communities to challenge, appeal, or seek correction of an AI-driven decision that affects their rights or access to services. Now we got it? So now we can go back to the question and get the answers. I go back to the question now. Question 2, where is it? Where is it? Question 2. How can explainability and contestability be guaranteed for AI-driven decisions affecting aid, care, or identity? I saw hands that we have now understood the question. Who wants to try? You have a difficult job.
Sorry. Yeah. In this context, yeah, it's like a question of methodology where we can, like, someone in the authority should explain that this decision is assisted by AI or not. So that means it poses an ethical question where people should come clean that they should mention this claim is supported by this prompt from AI, or this conclusion or decision is made only by humans or by the management body of this person or this authority. So in this context, the major aspect is that you should have some methodological techniques that you should be able to detect and defend that. For instance, if there is some complaint that somebody has asked you to resolve that, then the authority should show the public that they are accountable to what they respond to, and that accountability, whether it doesn't matter whether that is assisted by AI or not, but the person or the authority should take the responsibility to be transparent to that service or to that response. The other aspect is that the priority should be on the defending the rights of the citizens or the individuals. In doing so, the AI should be understood as a supportive tool, not as a dictating actor. That's the difference. So when we say explainability in this case, it should enable to boost people's trust on the governance system through showing that this algorithm would help this kind of decision, and you should also disclose the bias within that algorithm as well, so that you show people that this couldn't be, there is probability that this percentage of probability is that the algorithm could be biased. This percentage would be the algorithm could be correct. So there should be the margin of error that we should show people that this is assisted by AI, and so AI wouldn't fully understand the people's behavior and decision making. The other point is that I don't think that decision making should be supported by AI. I feel that the decision making is the sole role of people in charge. It's a decision make. AI would support in providing some details of the situation or of the context, not the decision. So the decision should be solely given to people, not to AI. So the point in the need of the explanation for right holders should be in the shoulder of the authorities who are in charge of the response to the complaint. Thank you.
You want to try?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you.
And I just want to support what my colleague here has said. It's because in AI you realize that there are different models. There are those which we called, let me call them opaque models. There's no transparency at all. And this is a model where we'll pick, it'll come here, collect the data of everyone here, and decide I'm choosing Madam X to give them, I'm choosing Madam X to give them funding or aid. And when it's asked, how did you conclude to Madam X getting an aid, it cannot trace back. And this is a deep neural model. That's a deep neural model which it can give you a feedback, a reason as to why it has selected Madam X. Then we have, I think they're called glass models, glass AI models. These are very transparent. And one of them is the decision tree AI models. They show you how the decision was arrived. So it will show you we are selecting Madam A to give aid because they are 20 years, they live in this kind of area, and that's why they're deserving of the aid. So it's very important that when a decision is made, people should identify what kind of model was used. And anyone who's coming up with an AI tool, they should be able to know that this particular AI tool, when it comes to decision making, can be used particularly for aid assignment because it is transparent, and avoid using opaque models when it comes to decision making, and especially aid. And also, as he has said, it's very important for people to know that sometimes or most times AI should not be used in assigning aid. AI should just give you information and maybe even give you analysis on maybe priority or something like that. But when it comes to decisions, it's very important for you to have a human component in it. Yeah, that's it.
Last but not least, on explainability and contestability. Yeah, quickly, because we need to summarize.
Good afternoon again. Yeah, I've looked at the question critically, and looking at our position in Africa, we seem to be consumers of AI. And that is where the issue is. I think if we have to get much from the AI, we need also to up the technology. Can we also come up with our own AI systems, which we can understand what is happening in them? And I think that is what it means.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I think AI is a new thing, still in Africa, and is like we are still taking AI as a person. Yeah, but it is just a computer. Yeah, remember that basic computer principle, GIGO, garbage in, garbage out. So what you feed into it, yeah, it can also give you the right thing or the wrong thing. So I think our rapporteur, assisted by her, yeah, you can come up with clear statements that we should make, clear recommendations out of those answers quickly, because I think our time is getting over. Yeah.
Is there any, are we making one statement per question?
No. You just give recommendations per question. I think that would be easier for us. Then we keep them short. Yeah. Do you think, team, do you think we exhausted the questions? You think we exhausted the questions? Or you don't know? For? Oh, okay. For learning. Yes. we don't have a professor of AI here? Huh? Yeah, so quickly, so that we wrap up, yeah? So how many people are, people I'm talking about, nations, were represented in this team? Kenya? Ethiopia? Wow, Nigeria? Uganda? Europe? Europe is represented. South Sudan? Yeah. Okay. What? Sudan. Oh, Sudan. So our team was international, yeah? Yeah, Europe represented here, South Sudan, Ethiopia, Kenya. Yeah, UK. Oh, Team Kenya. Oh, okay. That's great, yeah? So we are wrapping up. I think, ladies and gentlemen, I want to take this opportunity to thank you. The time was short, but I think we have tried our best. And we believe that AI is going to be a tool that is going to help us make lives better in this great continent. So our recommendations will go to higher authorities, and we have a task of following up from wherever we are. You're a scientist, you know what you should be doing, humanitarians, professors, and crime preventers like myself. Yeah. Yeah, so we just hear you're good, eh? You're good to go, yeah? Yeah.
Could you explain a bit how you use AI to prevent
That is too long. Yeah, we use the models which are specially made for crime. Yeah, so I will, I can explain to you. Can't. Yeah. Yeah, like that's an example. Yeah. You're saying? You want to explain?
No, I can. I was a teacher in a primary school, so I can. I don't need. To me, for what we are seeing in Europe, as a first thing, we have to consider the AI like a tool. This tool is owned by someone that is very powerful. So if the continent, as a continent, is not able to organize itself very quickly, you can talk, we can talk a lot, but we won't be able to govern this new powerful tool. For what I see. Now this is the discussion that we are doing in Europe. Like, you know, something that I personally know better, the social media. Social media, they grow freely, and now they are eating us. They are eating our democracy. They are eating even our knowledge. Who is able to now distinguish a fake news by the reality? I think that this is the problem. As I told you, I'm not a specialist. I'm here for learning. But I was ready to intervene several times. But at the end, I decided that I can't go out of here without telling you what is the concern that we have there and that we have. So this artificial intelligence is there. So as to be governed, how it is the right, has to be governed. And that's the rules has to be very strong and very clear, and has to be, to me, as global. You can't impose anything in this, but much global as possible. So you have here a representative of the African Union Parliament. You have to work at that level if you want to defend your continent, because who has in the hands the international, artificial intelligence? Is Musk, is these people that are eating the world? For what I have understood, I don't know, maybe it was completely out of the context, but...
No, you are inside. That is what we want, and that is what the speakers... yeah. Correct. So you've really had the European, add, please, a little thing, yeah.
What is happening with the social media, and I think that what can happen with the artificial intelligence is crucial our democracies. Crucial. So what happened in Europe, but I think also in Kenya, in some election, is that the election, they were apparently free and fair, but they were oriented oriented by the social media, and now with the artificial intelligence, I think it will be even more easy.
That was a very nice presentation. Yeah. So we have a half minute to go. So I think we are good to go. Our rapporteur is putting down the points quickly. You will. So just do all of them. No? You will read later, or you will read to the group. You're through.
Yeah.
Okay. He'll read what we have captured to the group, and then we'll present them later. Yeah. So just read what. Just turn on the camera is captured. So
Thank you very much. So the recommendations. Sorry. Yeah. The first recommendation is there must be clarity among the citizens and government, private sector, and international actors to differentiate what roles must be done by people only and what can be supported by AI. Second is generating conclusions about the lives of people through AI must be prohibited as a breach of privacy right in Constitution. The third is, given the unique and case-by-case nature of human needs of vulnerable communities, people's need couldn't be adequately identified through AI. Therefore, decisions on humanitarian needs must be based on human-based data collection, analysis, and decision-making. The last one is AI oversight must start from consensus among citizens and governments on privacy regulation in the Constitution so that it can be enforced through laws. Thank you.
Yes, my group was the most disadvantaged group. I think it was the terminology of edge computing and autonomy scared a lot of participants. But the few that we had, 5, we could only tackle 2 issues or 2 questions. And they realized that it was just the terminology, the technical term, while in essence, it was a very, very simple question or thematic area to address. My name is John Auma, and by way of introduction, I'm a governance and procuring integrity director at CPIT. By way of background, I'm an economist, a public procurement lawyer, a public finance management, and a public procurement person. So I wear so many hats at one go. My group was discussing edge computing autonomy. And briefly, edge computing is a policy solution or a policy choice from holding our data in foreign controlled clouds. Currently, Africa generates a lot of data, but unfortunately, this data is processed and stored not within our continent, so we don't have control over that data in terms of its use and in terms of its benefits. It doesn't come back to us. And we don't control it. So the group had proposed that we could have a hybrid system of both holding the data locally and in controlled cloud system by the African continent. And then what information do we need to hold locally with the backup in that foreign? It was the medical history, personal identifiable data, your name, your medical history, your family history could be held with a backup in the cloud. 2, the other group discussed about procurement of edge solutions. And we found out in the group that when we go for contracting that involve data exchange, we don't look at the fine print. We just sign for the camera, and at the end of it, you have surrendered your sovereignty to whoever you are signing that. So we impress that those protective clauses, data protection clauses, should be actually be reviewed so that you remain in control of your data. You have access rights to that data. If they want to use that data, they have to get consent from you as a government. Data must be treated, as it is said, gold. It must be treated as an asset, and you don't just give assets out. That is what came out from my group. Thank you very much.
Let's appreciate Group 3. Thank you very much. Yes, John. Thank you very much. Group B4, B2, come. So 3 points that you think we need to hear about.
Yeah, thank you. We are a collabo, and yeah, I would like to call upon my teammate. Yeah, so good evening. Is it a good evening or is it a good afternoon? My name is Alivitsa Kituku, and I'm a member of CPIT. And in CPIT, I'm director for strategic planning and program development. In other field, I'm a humanitarian program worker where I've led humanitarian programs for the past 18 years. And so the work we've done 4 of us. Again, our session was a bit abandoned. But again, we got a team, very powerful team, just by show of hands. The members of, yes, Ivy is there. Then we also had a cameraman who also became part of us. And then over to my colleague, who now is going to introduce himself. Then again, you will just share with us the 3 points. Thank you.
Thank you very much, my sister. So I think when John was talking about disadvantaged groups, I simply laughed because we were only 2 at the beginning, and then we were joined by 2 others. So anyway, I'm Charles Otieno, an advocate of the High Court of Kenya. And currently, I am head of program legal and governance at CPIT. I'm that lucky because as a young man, when you get into this field where you interact with change and you influence it, it becomes a wonderful thing. So in our team, we were discussing one of the most interesting areas about African-led certification of data and related. We usually hear about things about ISO certification, about whatever sorts of certification, but we've never had something of our own standards. So as Africans, most of the times we have participated in these things as just consumers of these standards, but we've not really participated in setting the very standards that we abide by. So that is why, under this framework, as we were discussing, we were thinking of how best really can we as a continent regulate our systems, identify what works for us, and identify standards that can govern our data. So that is where now African-led certification system came in. So in our session, we handled at least 3 matters. So we first identified data that was that met the need for certification, and of course the African governed certification. So of course we grouped them into 2. On one hand, we had the humanitarian data. Of course, as Africa and Kenya in particular, we host refugees, of course, and asylum seekers. So their data, those who collect them, those who store them, those who use them, of course, need to at least abide by a certain standards, and particularly those who we've set by our own selves and we've participated in developing. So that is one group that we identified. We also identified a group of, we also identified data, health data that is important to be, I mean, if you want to deal in the same, you must abide by and of course live within the standards that we have set for ourselves. And then of course we also have financial inclusion data. We have humanitarian organizations that of course collect data, use data to source for finding and everything. But of course, it is important that we identify, if you are collecting data, if you're using data for humanitarian purposes, have you met our standards? So that is why we thought of an African-led certification standard for such kind of data. Another thing that we discussed in our group was about institutions that are supposed to participate in hosting and governing this African-led certification. We've said we are using other people's standards, but we are capable of developing our own. So we said to do this, of course, we need the collaboration of our institutions. What institutions did we identify? One, we identified educational institutions, now like Tangaza University. That is one of the institutions that we thought would be fundamental in leading this discussion. We also thought of CSOs, that is civil society organizations. We also thought of humanitarian NGOs. We thought of research labs and everything. And then we also thought of why not involve the organs of the AU. I was listening to President Honorable fortune, Charumbira, and he was making a joke of the time when President Muammar Gaddafi was the chair of the commission, and he was to do something somewhere, and people laughed at him because he wanted to do something that is against, of course, their wishes. But now here we are talking about AU organs. We have organs of the AU that can play fundamental roles in setting the standards of this, of how we govern our data, how we store them, how we use them. So that is a thing we also discussed. So thirdly and finally, we discussed quite extensively about now the nexus between certification, procurement eligibility, and of course funding approvals for humanitarian organizations. Of course, data is the new oil, they say. But now this oil, we must understand now, if you collect this oil, you store this oil and you also share it, how are we going to distinguish between you as collector A and the other collector B? And how are we going to measure you and of course use that measure to identify who we give what? So that is what we discussed in the link of this certification, procurement, and funding approvals. So of importance, we engaged, and it came out that when we are developing these things, we must understand that we are in the digital age. And this digital age requires that, of course, we work with systems that are easy to access, systems that are easy to work with, and the systems that are easy to develop. That is why it will be important that we develop a system that is integrated. If you are in Kenya, you can participate in informing those institutions that I mentioned earlier of what standards we feel are critical for them, and of course participate in adjusting and discussing the necessary changes that we need in that particular program. So that is all we discussed under Africa-led certification program, framework, and we would request your support in developing the framework. Thank you so much.
Another round of applause. Thank you very much. That was group, that was in B2, led by Alvitsa Kituku. Thank you very much. We have 3 more groups, just 3 statements that you think we should know about your discussion. So we have the principal hall group, led by Bishop Charles Ware. Please come. Just very briefly, have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I'm Dr. Charles Ware. I spend a lot of my time for the past 11 years consulting for corporates in the area of cybersecurity and other transnational crimes, after working with the government of Kenya in the security sector for 25 years. I studied political science. Later, after leaving the government service, and I joined consultancy. And by the grace of God, I also became a bishop of one of the evangelical units in Kenya. I appreciate. At CIPIT, I work as the director of cybercrime and international fraud. That's what I do at the CIPIT, as you have known from our presentations. So I also collaborated with my international brother from Ethiopia. He's a lecturer, so I thought it was nice if these words are presented by the lecturer. We had a lot of insights from him in the team. So we were dealing with ethical AI governance and the protection of vulnerable populations. We discussed 3 questions. The one which was deliberated a lot was on the authorities which are competent, or which we think competent to audit the AI data in the African context. So we looked at the national authorities, regional authorities. Within the regional authorities, there are also sub-regional authorities, and then international. Of course, there we are talking of UN and other authorities. So he is going to read what we came up with. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I'm Daniel Zenkel. I work as a lecturer in Tangaza University. I also do research in sensitive humanitarian data and information in general in the context of Ethiopia. So the group is a team from Kenya, Ethiopia, Sudan, South Sudan, and Uganda. For the time interest, I will read the 3 statements as requested. The first is there must be clarity among citizens, government, private sector, and international actors to differentiate what roles must be solely done by human or by people and what can be supported by AI. Therefore, generalizing conclusions about the lives of people through AI must be prohibited as a breach of privacy rights in Constitution. The second statement is, given the unique and case-by-case nature of humanitarian needs of vulnerable communities and health data, people's need couldn't be adequately identified through AI. Therefore, decisions on humanitarian needs must be based on human-based